Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the first game of the World Championship match 2023. This is your host Sagar Shah and we are going to bring forth the entire coverage of this tournament. And I was first thinking maybe I should not do the full live stream, but this might be the first time ever that a World Championship match is happening and I can do it from my home because I'm not traveling, and I thought we would do it in a very, very interesting way. I have some great plans that we have on our mind, so we will do it as the day goes on. But for now, let's begin. How are you in the chat, guys? Please let me know. Hello, hello to everyone. Okay, I'm looking forward to this. SBX, Shreyas, Shubh, Disha, Agam, Chetan, Rupa, Akash. Okay, so Nepo is playing with the white pieces, and can you guess what his first move was? And by the way, I have the chat chess moves also ready here. So when you guys will give your moves, we will be able to get that. So what was the first move that was played by Nepo? Second, let me, yep, here. Okay, what was the first move? Let's see if your move is here. Second, I'm not updated. One second. Sorry. Let me just fix this. I forgot to add the link here. Okay, guys, can you please write the moves again? It should work now. If you can write down, what do you think was the first move that was played in the game? Yes, now it should work. What is wrong? Well, I don't know why the chat chess move is not working. I will try and fix it, but till then e4 was played. 1 second. Okay, so let's get it rolling. Oh, it started working. Wow, it started working. Amazing. I just wrote that it's not working. Perfect. Okay, so e4, you guys are absolutely correct. All those who have mentioned e4, brilliant job, guys. Tuja Singh, Agam, Ravi Teja, Goa, Ulysses, Subranil, Incognito, Sandeep, Nabendu, and Subramaniam. This was the move that was played. So e4 was played. Ding Liren responds back with e5. Guys, remember it's 2 hours for the entire game, and for the 40 moves, and then you get 1 hour for the next 20 moves, and then 30 minutes for 30 minutes, I think 15 minutes for the remaining game. So knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. Guys, what is the name of this opening? Can anyone tell me what is the name of this opening? Yes, Rui Lopez is correct. Yash Karnani, Harsh Verma, Nilay, you guys are right. Graham Pawar, hello, member for 10 months. E4, hello Sagar Bhai and chat, welcome. So Spanish is what has been played here, and that is the opening that was tried. And we can also look at our chess base and mega database to see how many times this opening was played before. In fact, if you see here, and I'm going to use this, it has been played 5,59,686 times. Insane. So it's very, very popular, Rui Lopez. And here, Ding Liren decides to play the move a6, which is the main move in the Rui Lopez, because another idea is to play knight f6 and you go into the Berlin. And this is very, very positional, and of course there are many ways to play. You can go for the anti-Berlin, or you can go for the main line, the Berlin endgame. Does anyone know Berlin endgame here was popularized by which player? Anyone knows in the chat? Who was the first player, like who was the first world-class player to have popularized the Berlin endgame? VJ, you are right. Satik Pal, very good. Anti-Proton, Beloglavi Soup, Arshad 84, Biswapreet Ray. It was Vladimir Kramnik who did it against Gary Kasparov, this opening. And after Queen D8, King D8, this endgame, you know, white generally, engines were showing at that point that white is clearly better, but Kramnik's preparation was way ahead of his time. He saw that black can always defend this, and Kasparov bashed his head. So these are the kind of opening ideas that were very much in sort of were the beauty of world championship matches. They were not one move novelties. They were mainly like the entire schemes, you know, like this end game. No one thought that this could be played, but they were being played. In fact, Kramnik then started playing this very passive endgame in Slav, which also became very popular with Rook G8 coming in, and in that opening. So, but now in the modern era, with the engines being so prevalent, it's no longer a question of sort of finding the opening themes, but it is more like you come up with novelties which are a great move that was played or something of that sort. So a6 was played. Move by move novelties is more common now. A6 was played, and now goes bishop a4. The bishop moves behind, and he goes knight to f6. The knight comes out, attacking the e4 pawn, and white castles here. And this is a very, very normal way to play. And if we look at our mega database, Chessbase and mega database, we will also see that this has been played many times. A6, bishop a4, knight f6, castles. This has been played in 240,000 games, this position. But after bishop e7, the move that was played, and this is what makes this game now very interesting and exciting from the perspective of all of us watching this, is the move that Nepo played. Can you guess what did Nepo do in this position? The main move by far is rook e1. The second main move is d3. But Nepo did something which was actually unexpected. Here, what did he play? Guys, please do like the stream. In fact, this world championship, I have very interesting plans. Tell me, what do you think about this plan? So when the players will start thinking for long durations, I have a plan that on day one, we will actually learn more about the first world champion. On day 2, we will learn more about the second world champion. On day 3, we'll learn more about the third world champion, and so on, from their games, the best moves. So in that way, you keep getting better at chess while we also cover the match. What do you think? And in that way, you are like, oh, I know what Stenitz used to do. I know what this guy used to do. And so it becomes like, you know, it's not just about watching the match, but it's about like 6 hours of training with the match, plus getting to know tactics, strategy, stories, and all of that. Okay. So we can go even reverse, true. We can go with Magnus, but let's start with the first. So you know that, oh, if it's the 10th day, then we are going to talk about the 10th world champion. Who's the 10th world champion? I don't know. Do you know? It's very difficult to know number wise. 10th world chess champion is Boris Spassky. 11th was Fischer. Okay. So now let's go. Bishop e7 was played, and the move that all of you suggested here. Yes, correct. Good job, guys. Bishop takes c6. Let me also get the board here so that we have it. Not just this board, but yeah. So bishop takes c6 was the move that was played here. And this has been, if we look at it from our databases, this has been played on a total of it's 6,200. So if this position was played 1,58,000 times, bishop takes rook e1 was 1,36,000 times, and d3 was 8,300 times. So this move is relatively lesser played. But I remember there was this one very famous game that was played in this line. And does anyone remember this famous game that was played in this line? Anyone? '14th was Kramnik, Sakar Chess. 15th was Anand, and 16th is Carlson. We'll try to get them in as well. Yes, Shaibi Binoj, you are right. Harsh Verma, Anish versus Ding is the correct answer. Anish versus Ding is the game. And if you look here, actually, so Anish Giri is, by the way, commentating on chess.com. Please do follow him there. Rajabov is going to also commentate on his channel, so you can also check him out there. But I think it was Anish. Let me see. Yes, Anish Giri versus Ding Liren. You see, it is annotated in the mega database by Anish Giri himself. So if anyone of you wants to check this out, please do so. So just to tell you here what Anish has written, Anish says, as Ding Liren confessed after the game, he never took this line seriously. This is a very common way of preparing. So this is very interesting what Anish is saying. Yeah, that maybe Nepo was inspired by Anish's analysis, where Anish said that Ding did not take this seriously. Interesting. So here he says it's a very common way of preparing against a well-prepared opponent. You pick a line that is so dumb that the opponent just doesn't bother to take a good look at it. Wow. So this was Anish's idea to play in the candidates. And here d takes c6 happened, and Anish had gone d3 here. But Anish mentions, and I think you guys, Vignesh has mentioned in the chat that rook e1 was played by Nepo, which has not been played by any player above the rating of 2700, all below 2700. So Anish says we have an interesting version after d3 of a topical line which happens in the Berlin after knight f6, d3, bishop c5, takes and castles. I think this is what he was talking about. And he says that here if black puts his bishop back on d6, it can transpose because bishop was on e7 in the main game. But here black has an extra move a6 instead of a7. That is a tiny nuance that could very slightly change some of the things down the line to the tiniest of extents. So in this same position, if you see bishop c6, d6, d3, if you put the bishop here from c5 or e7, it gets to the same position. But this move a6 may have some relevance over there. Okay. question here asked by a very interesting question asked by Arshan. Arshan says, why can't we just take on e4? What is the problem? Like here, bishop e7, bishop takes c6. So instead of, in which position, Arshan, you're saying? Here, instead of bishop e7, knight e4. In fact, guys, this is actually a playable line. Can anyone tell me what is the name of this opening after knight e4? Yes, Arshad 84, you are right. Harsh Verma. Well, rook e1 is possible. In fact, rook e1 was played by Magnus played this against Mamedyarov. No, this is not Berlin. This is the open Rui Lopez. Correct. Open Spanish. Ritesh Rathod, you are right. Raja Narasimha Medi, you are right. So the idea is after rook e1, this was the game that I commentated on our channel. Bishop c6, dc6, I think knight e5, bishop e7, d4, knight e6, and bishop e3. Remember this game? Has anyone seen? It was from World Rapid. This game was played. It was between Magnus Carlsen, World Blitz actually. Magnus Carlsen was white against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. This happened in that game. Okay. So, let's go back and see here. So, knight e4, instead of this, by the way, the main move to knight e4, as you all rightly pointed out, is d4. And then if you take, then rook e1 is trouble down here. But the main move is b5, bishop b3, d5, d takes e5, and bishop e6. And this is known as the open Rui Lopez or the open Spanish. But he didn't go for knight e4. He went for the closed variation with bishop e7. And in came bishop takes c6, the move that we have been talking about, d takes c6. And now rook e1 was played by Nepo, and Nepo plays this very quickly. He had 1 hour 58 minutes, so he had taken only 1.5 minutes. And now Ding Liren here decides to defend his pawn on e5. Guys, because now the threat, if you look at it, if you take here on e5, I am simply going to take on e4. Okay, so you take on e5, I take on e4. And very important thing to note here is that after rook e1, if I play the move, by the way, queen d4 is a strong move here, but even if I just go back, this position is completely fine for black because of the fact that he has, there's no trouble down the e file. Bishop e7 has been blocked. So after rook e1, essentially what white is saying is that I'm threatening the pawn on e5. Now, in terms of imbalances, let's talk about imbalances in this position. Imbalances means what? It means that what are the differences in both camps? Okay, that white has this, black has that. So if you look at, let's say, for example, two cars, let's say it's Maruti 800 and BMW, what would be the imbalances there? Like, let's say BMW is bigger in size, Maruti is smaller. The engine of BMW is better than that of Maruti. Maruti is less costly, BMW is more costly. All of these things, the differences between the two. So in the same way, what do you think are the imbalances here in the position that white has and black has? So like, what are the things that are different? What are white's trumps and what are black's trumps? Disguised channel says black has bishop pair. Beautiful answer. Beautiful. Love it. Love it. This is, and Mukul says doubled pawns. Very good, Mukul. Doubled pawns for black. Shritish Rathod says pawn structure. White's pawn structure, if you see, perfect. It's like this beautiful teeth, you have like, nothing's broken, nothing's doubled up. Nice, just one. But black has the bishop pair, but in return has the double pawns. White is slightly ahead in development, but you just can't make use of that so easily. Maybe you can, maybe. Okay, so this is now the question is how to defend this. So now that you know the imbalances, you should form your plan accordingly. For example, you know that white has the two knights while black has the two bishops. So who wants to open up the position more if later on they are developed? Who would love the position opening up? Yes, black would love the position opening up. Brilliant. Shritij, Shobha, Dimitri, Tulya, Shaibi, Xavier is live, Pranshul. Brilliant job. Manasvi, Biswa. So, black would love if the position opens up. Now, some of you have been mentioning that bishop g4 should be played here. And let me just take a look at what are the moves that you have suggested here. So, maybe it was the previous move. Okay, if you guys can again put down your move, what do you think is a good move in this position? For you. Not here, sorry, this position after rook e1. What do you think is the best move here? So, many of you have mentioned bishop g4. As we can see here, bishop g4 is one of the main moves suggested by so many of you. And I think I like this move. In fact, if we look at our reference board that we were using here, let's go back here and see. D takes c6, rook e1. Bishop g4 is the second most popular move after knight d7. The most popular move here is knight d7, but bishop g4 has been played and the games have continued with h3. Now, if you take here, it makes absolutely no sense. Can anyone explain to me why bishop f3 would be a bad move? Anyone? Can anyone explain to me why bishop takes f3 would be incorrect? Yes, Mukul, you are right. Losing the bishop pair. Giving up the bishop pair. Amay Kanitkar, Dimitri Saha, Arshad. Exactly, Kshitij Datta. You lose the bishop pair and after queen takes f3, the main advantage that you had for your broken pawn structure here, doubled pawns, was the fact that you had bishop pair. So the fact that you gave it up does not make any sense. You shouldn't be giving up your bishop pair. So you play bishop h5. And now a move that is often played is g4. Very interesting because after bishop g6, things can get very sharp after knight takes e5. And the point here is that if you take knight e4, that is just a massive blunder because of why is this a blunder? I mean, it's just lost, right? Yeah. Xavier live, Surajit, Tulya, Tuja, sorry. So it's knight takes g6, h takes g6 and rook e4 and you lose a piece. So you must take with the bishop. But now after taking with the bishop, I was wondering if we can go g5. This looks very scary. And oh my god, is this correct? The move that is played in this position, I mean, one way is to go bishop d5, gf, but then white is a piece up. But king looks in danger. But look at this move. If this is the move here, then it is insane. So rook g8. Is this true? That this is the best move here? Wow. Wow. Look at this. If you take here, I take back with the pawn checking you, and but I'm still not. Yeah, you can't go here. King bishop g2 check and then take the knight. You can't go to h2 because of rook check. Seems very dangerous. Maybe it works. So this doesn't look good actually. And so rook g8 might be the best move. Oh my god. I'm going to go crazy if this is the correct move. Let's just look at the engine. No, actually it's lost. Rook g8 is not the best move. In fact, the best move here is bishop d5. Which we saw a bit, but we didn't know if take, knight g4 and f5. And this looks fine for black. And maybe this is all worked out. So this entire line which goes with this bishop e4, g5, bishop d5 seems like an interesting one. And you shouldn't take on f6. You go knight c3 first, and white is fighting. In fact, if you're playing with the white pieces, this might be something that you might want to play. And that might also be the reason why Ding didn't go for this bishop g4 line, because he knew that Yan would perhaps go for these sharp lines with h3 g4. Okay, very interesting stuff from the opening perspective. Let's go back. Bishop g4 was not played in the game. The move that was played was knight to d7 here. Clara Alonso says, sir, these players have so much to learn. How do they come up with everything? Actually, if you think about it, guys, remember, if you are Nepo as white and you are playing this line, you have to first study bishop g4. Then you have to study knight d7. Then you have to study bishop d6. And in bishop g4, h3, I don't think he would study very deeply bishop takes f3. But then he would definitely spend a lot of time on this sharp line. With knight e4, what's happening? With bishop e4, what's happening? Then there are some sacrificial lines like knight d7, pawn sack lines. So you have to, this is just one sideline of a main variation. And for a world championship match, you have to be very well prepared. So yes, Callum, this is actually necessary. If you don't prepare it, then your opponent equalizes pretty easily, and then you are unable to get the advantage. So let's go back to the game. After rook e1, knight d7 was played by Ding. Ding just moved his knight back to d7 in this position. And then in came the move d4. Okay, very interesting. So Nepo, we were talking about the fact that Nepo would not want to open up the position because his opponent has the bishop pair. When your opponent has the bishop pair, you don't want to open the position. But what is Nepo thinking that allows him to open up the position? Anyone in the chat, guys? Abhishek says, Sagar, until what number of moves these players might prepare? So you should look at the time. At this point, if you see Nepo's time, he has used only 2 minutes, which means he's clearly in his prep. Ding used up for knight d7 nearly 9 minutes. But 9 minutes is actually not a good enough time to say that he's already now thinking and out of his prep. It could be that he's remembering his variations, and generally remembering something takes a lot of time for them. Yes, he's ahead in development and king is in the center. Correct, very good. All those who said that black king is in the center and white is ahead in development is the right reason to open up the position. Okay, so now he takes on d4. Now you have a choice between taking with the knight or taking with the queen. He took with the queen. Okay, we'll come to this move, but let's say he would have taken it with the knight. What is the main idea? Let's say if black makes a waste move, like nothing, just makes rook g8. What is the main idea now for white? What is the main idea? Parshva Shah, the format is written in the description. You can check it out. Yes, Rupa Pai, you are right. Kshitij Datta, Chini, Biswapreet Ray, Shobha Saini, very good. Dimitri Saha, the knight goes to f5 and attacks the bishop and the pawn on g7. So in that way, you are a little bit messed up there. So you can't waste your move. In fact, I was thinking the most natural way to continue is castles. And if my opponent plays knight to f5, I would then, would you give up your bishop here on e7? Would you give it up? Harsh Patel says, I miss Magnus. He would bring so much depth to any game. That's why he's the GOAT. For sure. For sure. But Thor says, Sagar, why do you not go to the place like last year? I think someone from our team would go later to the match. And, you know, we didn't go this year. But maybe we would cover, you know, I can now do these live commentary sessions from home. From there, it's very difficult because the internet and all is not stable. Yes, bishop f6, Rashmi Singh, very good. Kshitij Datta. Bishop f6 is the correct move. You put your bishop on a good square here. Then you move your knight out. And I think you have finished your development. You have kept your bishop pair. And in this way, it seems like there's nothing for white. So that's the reason why Nepo takes the pawn on d4 with his queen. And now what is the big threat here? What is the big threat of Nepo as white? Rao Sahib says, does opening theory knowledge supersede tactical or creative play at a time or vice versa? I think, Rao Sahib, the main point at the World Championship match is that because there is so much at stake, the World Champions title, the money, the prestige, the players want to prepare as well as possible. And so in this match per se, the value of opening preparation is way higher than for any other tournament that you would see. Even maybe Candidates is the only one comparable. Yes, Dusty will animate you. A queen takes g7 is absolutely right. Shritish, you are right. Alishan Ali, Rahul, Rupa Pai. So he's threatening to take here on g7. So what should black do now? Let's see how many of you can answer this. What should black play in the position? What should black play in this position? Very careful, huh? Think carefully, because if you are not careful here, your king is still in the center. And that could be a lot of problems. Guys, we have a very nice little thumbnail here prepared by our very own Abhyudaya. How is the thumbnail? Wow, it's some kind of a different, like something floating out from their eye. Like, okay. So thanks, Abhyudaya. So queen takes d4. Let's check what's the move here. What have you guys come up with? Aha, castles. Very good, very good. Like it, guys. Castles is very correct. Dimitri, Shritij, Satik, Ayush, Panshul, Vishwas, Suvedhana, Raja Narsimha, Chessable, Chess with Akashdeep. You are right. You castle. You just have castled. But, you know, some of you might get tempted with the move that is bishop f6 is what could tempt you. And if you play bishop f6, the problem with this move is what? Why is this a horrible move? You know, you are attacking the queen. Where should the queen move? Yes, chess tricks and traps. Biswapreet, Kshitij Datta, Anitya. Wow, beautiful. Love it. E5. Pawn moves forward and you are just lost. You are literally lost the game. Okay, here's the question now. I want to see how many of you are able to guess this one. White to play. Bishop goes back. He wants to castle next move. White to play. Shobit says, I think the idea was to create spark from their eye, but it didn't come out so well. Maybe, I don't know. Abhyudaya's idea. We have to ask him. What was his idea here? I like it. It's a little different, you know. It's like something different. Let's see how strong is our chat. Okay, I actually feel, guys, that you are here with the intention to gain as much knowledge of chess as you can, and so I'm loving it. In fact, there are so many of you answering right now. It's so much fun. Kshitij, Panshul, Subhabrata, Mukul, Chess with Akashdeep, Chintan, Biswapreet, Clara, Susmita, and Saptarshi. You just push the pawn and you will see that with the king in the center and totally non-development here, this is hanging, and it is game over. You don't even have any chance here. It is just completely lost. So fantastic job on all those who said e6. That is the correct move. So Ding, of course, is not going to fall for this. He goes short castles. And he tells Nepo that, look, if you are not careful anymore, then what is going to happen with you is my bishop pair are going to get really strong in this open position because you opened it up. You were the one who opened up the position for my bishops. Now, I have a small question for you. Nepo, by the way, plays here an interesting move. We'll come to it. I think he's still in his prep. If you look at the time, Ding has 1 hour 45 minutes. Nepo plays bishop f4 in just 8 seconds. In just 8 seconds, he plays this move. Insane. Okay, here's my question to you. If a4, okay, ready, yeah, guys? If a4, black goes bishop f6, why is the move e5 not good? Black to play. Let's see. Vinith says, why not push f6 and then castle? Vinith, very good question. Guys, if you have any type of questions, please ask in the chat. You know, asking questions is the best. Why is this bad? Think carefully. Think carefully. This is filled with very nice. Think carefully. Think carefully. Kshitij Datta, I love how you have given the full variation. Love it. So here, the right move is knight e5. Chinu, Susmita, Panshul, Chess Tricks, Anitya, White, Vaibhav, Madhav, Bhagyashri, Shritij. You take here. And the funny thing is, if you take the queen, I can take on f3, by the way. Good move. Intermezzo. It's called an intermezzo because generally when you take a queen, I must recapture back. But I make an intermediate move, so intermezzo, and then I take it back. So I am completely winning. I'm a pawn up with great structure. But even here, I can take rook d8. That's also possible because after knight e5, bishop e5. And now, guys, I want at least 100 of you to tell me what is the winning move for black here. Black to play. What is the winning move? Julius Maxson, thank you so much. Rakshit says, I see an intermezzo, I do an intermezzo. Arey, kya baat hai, Rakshit? Brilliant. Brilliant. And the move is, let's see how many of you got it. We have 75 of you who've already said it. It's a back rank mate. It's one of the most basic things in chess, which is never going to happen at a world championship. By the way, White would also love to back rank mate, but he cannot, unfortunately, because he's in check first. And the right answers by Kshitij, Vinit, Chinu, Kunal, Rupa, Persevere, Biswa, Shritij, Madhav and Tuja. Well done, guys. Brilliant job. Okay, coming back here in this position. So, you really understand that a move like a4 makes no sense, right? So, in fact, the move that was played here in this game instead of a4 is bishop to f4 by Nepo. And I want to go back to our board here of the chess base 17 to see how many times has this been played. So knight d7 was played by Ding. This has been played 166 times. d4 has been played 57 games. E takes d4. Queen takes d4 in 40 games. Castles. And now bishop f4 in 32 games. So Nepo is following some players here who have played this, but no one above the rating of 2540 has ventured into this position. Guys, this is modern day opening preparation. It is, how can I say it? It is what Anish just mentioned in his analysis that we checked. If it is a very sideline, you know, and no top player is going to check it, and if you have checked it deeply, that could be a point for you to try it out and actually get an advantage out of it. That is how these top players in the present day look at opening preparation often. So that's the reason why here Nepo is just blitzing out his moves while Ding Liren is a little bit sort of taking it carefully. I think mainly for Ding, it's a lot about just getting into the groove, you know. By the way, for all those who are watching this and haven't seen my video, I can just show you the introductory video. I can show you how the venue is. This is how it looks. They both have different chairs for themselves. And also, if you look at the playing hall, it looks something like this. And in fact, what I really like about this venue as compared to last year is that they have given more space to the players to walk around, and it looks like something which is really made for the World Championship match. Like last year, the main idea was to popularize chess and the point was to put it inside the Dubai Expo. But this year they have a standalone hotel, St. Regis, and they have like everything done for the match. So that really helps, and I like the entire feeling here. Okay, going back to the game, Rakshit says bishop f4 is played instead of knight c3 because later on after knight c5 and queen exchange, bishop d8 should be played instead of rook d8 to save the c7 pawn. Ooh, look at Rakshit's deep thinking, guys. This is what World Championship does to you. Yeah, you start thinking deeply. His point is that after knight c5, if the bishop was not here and if you had played knight c3 here, then after knight c5 queen d8 you can take with the rook. But with the bishop on f4, the c7 pawn would drop here. So that's the reason why bishop f4, you can't comfortably play knight c5. Queen d8, rook d8, bishop c7 is hanging, so you must take with the bishop, and in this position it's slightly less harmonious, although I must tell you that this position also looks pretty good for black. You know, he can put his knight on e6 later, then get his bishop back because the knight will control c7. Actually, it did happen. Ding did play knight c5 and Nepo, by the way, Ding's time 1 hour 41 minutes. Ding goes Nepo goes queen e3 and he tells Ding, I am not trading. Okay, so this is interesting. And now, what do you do here as Ding? If you are in Ding's shoes and if you see Nepo is making this, guys, you should think of yourselves as playing the World Championship match. Just put yourself in the shoes of these great champions. Think about it. You know, sitting at home. There's some young kid watching this who is 6 years old or 7 years old, and they're watching this and they're like, how to play here as black? My opponent is blitzing out his moves. His idea is to get knight c3, rook d1 and attack me here. What should I do? Papsa says, I'm 1400. How to avoid trade of pieces in necessary positions? Papsa, look at this. How did Nepo avoid the trade of queens? He said, my queen is better on e3. Right now, I don't need to trade. You are lacking good squares for your pieces. I'll go knight c3, rook d1. And he has tried to avoid the exchange because black is a little bit cramped for space as of now. So let me see what are the moves that you guys have come up with. Like it. Bishop e6, bishop g4, knight e6, bishop f6. Beautiful. By the way, bishop f6 not beautiful. Or is it? I don't think it's beautiful. I mean, you just drop a knight, right? Why would you drop a knight? Guys, bishop f6, guys. Don't play such moves. Bishop f6. Okay, so bishop e6. This move looks great. But the problem with it is, and try to think about it, after knight c3, my knight here was actually hoping to get the e6 square for itself. And once the bishop settles there, the question is, what are all my pieces going to do? Say, for example, what do I do now? It's not easy. Let's say I play rook e8. Now you go rook d1, queen c8, and I play knight d4. And you will see that I am threatening to take your bishop pair, which you don't want to give, because if you are playing in this position as black, your compensation for a slightly mangled structure, doubled pawns, is this bishop, right? For example, in life, when you don't have certain skills, it is compensated by certain other skills that you have. Okay, we're not going to get into what you don't have and what you have. You know it for yourself. Now, what if the skill that you have itself is taken away from you? Then you don't have something and then you don't have something. So here, these double pawns are already not good for black. Then you also give up your bishop pair. That's not good. So the bishop putting it on e6 is not a good idea. So all those who said bishop e6, not the best, but a good thought. Knight e6, those who said, I like it because you're trying to win this bishop. But then again, after bishop g3, you have to be very clear. How are you continuing? Say rook e8, knight c3, and now you may want to put your bishop on c5, hit the queen, and then you may want to put your queen on f6. And in this way, you have activated your pieces in a slightly different configuration. What Ding Liren did, and the move that was also mentioned by several of you, and I'm very, very proud of this fact that so many of you in the chat could actually find it. The move is bishop g4. Surajit, Panshul, Subramanyam, Raja Narsimha, Shivani, Anime, and Madhav Vora. The move that was played, not knight e6, but bishop g4 has been suggested, and this has been played by Ding. And let's go back to the board to analyze, like, what is the idea behind bishop g4? I think what Ding essentially wanted is that, can anyone tell me why bishop g4? Anyone? Neetu Yadav says play h3. Neetu, maybe, but we'll have to consider it carefully. Yes, h3 move. Sherlock Ram says bishop maneuver to g6. Let me just open the door one second. So the move here, Sherlock Ram said that he wants to do this. Okay, interesting, Sherlock Ram. Also that means that h3 doesn't make so much sense, but also there could be a tactical point here. I mean, I can go bishop h5, bishop g6, but there is also bishop f3, queen f3, and just wondering if we have something very, very concrete here that can be done, because you gave up your bishop pair. So this move has to be an important move. Yeah, maybe knight e6. Knight e6 here could be possible with the idea of coming here. And then if bishop e3, maybe bishop g5. And again, it's a concrete position. You have exchanged your bishop pair, but maybe your knight is very well positioned here. Like let's say knight c3, you go queen e7 and rook d8. It seems like white should be slightly better, but black is doing okay. So h3 was possible, and one more important thing is knight can sit on e6. That is the very important thing why you want to put bishop on g4 and not on e6. Okay, knight can go to e6 and then really sit. That knight on e6 is the perfect piece. It cannot be moved away from e6. It looks at d4, it looks at f4. Okay, Nepo goes knight to d4. Nepo plays his knight to d4 here, and he says to Ding, I am not trading anything. And look at Nepo. This last move, he took 4 minutes. He took 4 minutes on the clock. But already I believe he's still in his prep, but he's just recollecting it. I'm a bit surprised here that Nepo did not play the next move. Actually, I was expecting him to play knight e6 here. Knight takes e6, bishop takes e6. I thought this would happen when you have the bishop pair. But the thing here, and again, this is very interesting, and this is Nepo's very good quality of preparation. He is here feeling that this is slightly better for white. And even though black has the bishop pair, white is slightly better. Rajesh says, can we have a small live board on the side of the screen, as your analysis and inputs makes it confusing? Okay, Rajesh, maybe from tomorrow I will do that. Small little input. Thank you for that. Yes, I think mainly the d file control and the fact that I can move queen g3 and pressure c7, also with ideas of bishop h6. All of this makes it slightly uncomfortable, you know, for black. So that's the reason why this is not what Ding plays. And again, guys, notice the accuracy that is needed at a world championship match. He goes queen d7 here. And already Nepo is in a deep think here. From 20 minutes, he has been thinking after queen d7. This is the live position on the board. As you can see, the timer is ticking down. The players are thinking. Sherlock Ram says, why not f5? Then bishop has more activity. But when, Sherlock? Also, yeah, like you don't want to play f5 in any position. By the way, someone had once asked, why not f6 in that position? I forgot to answer that. It was a very instructive question that was asked. Like in this position, why not f6? And the main reason is that you don't want to be making this move, as this is a square where your pieces can sit. Also, this light squares here, this diagonal becomes weak. So for experienced players, move like f6 naturally feels like, don't give it to me. Don't give such a move when you can actually castle. But for inexperienced players, f6 is a very natural move. Oh, meko e5 stop karna. But if you see, it is just like the knight is like, arey, I needed this square. Bishop is like, I needed this square. I needed to come out here at some point. Don't weaken this diagonal. What is the point? The king is unhappy. Everyone is unhappy after that move. So don't make unhappy moves. Okay, coming back to this position. And Ding's move queen d7. Chintan Trivedi says, my FIDE rating is 1200. My endgame is weak. How can I improve? Chintan, maybe follow this World Championship carefully, because we are going to discuss a lot of things here and this could be a great training for you to improve. Madhav Vora says Nepo can play knight c3 and rook ad1. Absolutely right. Absolutely, Madhav. This is his plan next. Knight c3, rook d1. But maybe somewhere he is thinking of inserting this move h3. And then you, as black, don't really want to go back here, because then, as we already know, knight c3, rook a d1, all of this is cramped. The e6 square is needed for the knight. This is something we have already discussed. So bishop h5 might be a better try, but even then there is g4, bishop g6, and then knight c3. Once again, knight may jump to f5, rook a d1. This is not a good position for black. So my question is to h3, what are the other moves that come to your mind here? Bishop e6 and bishop h5 look bad. So what are the other moves? What do you think should be played for black? Think carefully, guys. Take your time. Think well. We are not in a hurry. Yes, the move that very interestingly many of you have suggested is rook a d8. I'm very proud of all of you who said rook a d8, because you are hitting d4. Brilliant. All those who said knight e6, brilliant job once again, because if you take here, I will take here. Excellent. So these two moves definitely take either rook f d8 or rook a d8 and knight e6. Three moves, and brilliant job all those who guessed that. But the rest who have guessed something like bishop f6, I think this is not good because of e5. That does not work out. And if you try to sack here, this is not working out as well, because I just take and you have no compensation. Even this is not hanging. It's not just enough to break your opponent's king side structure. It's not enough. Sometimes you have to think deeper. Okay, so now Mukul says after h3 knight e6 is rook d1 possible? Guys, very interesting question by Mukul. Why is this a bad move? While I drink water. Yes, very good. All of you are very alert, because sometimes you miss it. Yeah, such a move. It's very simple to miss a move like bishop d1, because your all the action is like either, and then you forget about rook d1. So you know, array rook ho jayega. So let's not do that. Nepo has played knight to c3 after maybe one of the longest thinks already. 24 minutes he thinks and plays his knight out to c3. And now it's Ding Liren's move. I'm actually trying to work out, because Ding wants to get rook d1. However, the bishop is looking here. But Ding's other plan also includes h3. But whenever you go h3, so actually, what is Nepo going to do? By the way, this game is getting intense, huh, guys? It's not so simple. f3 you are saying. F3. Why not na3 nc4? Says Kshitij Datta. Kshitij, interesting. You want to play knight a3 to c4. I like your idea, but maybe you don't have that much time. Like I go rook a d8, you have to move your knight, and then I play knight e6, I hit your bishop. I think already you are getting slowed down. You don't have time, and when you go here, I can already limit your knight with b5. You can no longer come to here, and suddenly knight on a3 is like, यार engineering तो करना था पर printing वाला नहीं. You know, I wanted to go here, but not this way. So you know, it's not a good idea to play this one. On a3, it's just terrible. I mean, it's not so well placed. I wouldn't say terrible is a bit too much. So knight c3 played, and Ding very quickly, by the way, in I think less than a minute, has gone rook a d8, and he's asking Nepo, what is your plan to queen takes d4? So what do you do now, guys? Queen takes d4 is a threat. You don't want to move your knight away, because moving the knight away, I don't like it. What do you play? Actually, this is a very critical moment. I'm very interested to know what Nepo is going to do after rook a d8. Nikhil Kirti says f3. Nikhil, queen d4. I know you will win this bishop, but then let's just look at this line. f3 takes, let's say you take here, take here, take here. And yes, the material is even, but look at this weak pawn on e4. It's isolated. It's not good at all, right? So that's the reason why. Let's go back and think about what would you do. Queen g3. Let's see. Let's look at the possibilities mentioned here. h3 is one move mentioned. nce2 is another move. Okay. Rook a d1, terrible move. All those who said, please wake up. Bishop takes d1 is hanging. And queen g3. Okay. So h3 is by far the main suggestion here. And I want to acknowledge the names of people who have said that: Raviraj, God Hunter, and Zan, Sherlock, Sabyasachi, Shri Kumaran, Nitin Bagri, Shubhan Gabra, Panshul, and Chess Tricks and Traps. Good job, guys, all of you. Let's go here and think about the move h3. So you have attacked h3, and now the same variation where I take. If I take on g4 here, then the point is that black will play maybe queen e3, but also knight e6 looks great. And I think black has equalized. Black has equalized. But what is the point here? Can anyone tell me what is it that white wants to do here after h3? Like, why would you play a move like h3? Let's see. Annihilator, Vignesh Subramanian, and Zan, Sabyasachi, Aryan K, Aditya Pai, Alpana, Aditya Pai, hello Aditya, how are you? I hope you are fine. Sandeep P, Alpana Day, Shritish Rathod, Aradhya Bansal, Ravi Raj, Shubhan Gabra, Chintan Trivedi, very good. The move here is knight to d5. Poof! What a move! This is very easy to miss, actually. Oh my god, did this happen? No, this didn't happen. But this is a crazy move. Because look, if you take queen e3, I'm just going to take knight e7 check first, intermezzo, king moves, and bishop takes e3. And now I'm attacking here and here, both. And that is just lost for you. And also, if you were to take rook takes d5 here, thinking that, okay, my queen is at least protected, I'll take your rook. The problem for you is that after queen takes, rook takes, it's not just that you have two pieces for a rook. You will see you have three pieces. I have only one. The problem is this is hanging and this is hanging, and there's no way to defend both of them. That's what Makes it amazing. Daksh says the chat should play this match. Well, I don't think so. But it was a great tactic, by the way. H3, knight d5. Okay, but you know what? Nepo did not play h3. Nepo actually goes for knight f5. And I'm a bit surprised here. Okay, knight f5. What do? Knight f5 as ding now. You will take on f5. Take on f5. Okay, let's take this. Take this. And now I was thinking, should we take this pawn? But we can't take this pawn. Why can't we take this pawn? Guys, why can't we take queen takes f5? Exactly, we can't take, right? Queen takes, queen e7, chess tricks and traps. Bishop is hanging. Bishop is hanging here. But what is the move that you can play here as black? Black to play. Black to play. What is the move that you can play here to just keep this position? Scientist Anirudh, love your move. Scientist Anirudh, Daksh Malhotra, learning chess. Piali Ghosh, very good. Prahlad Sen, Rook F E8, and I believe this will happen. And now my threat is to attack here, move the bishop perhaps if needed, take on f5. These are the main possibilities here. And in fact, this may not be, this could very quickly end in a draw. And I think Nepo has essentially missed a very important moment in this game by playing this move knight f5. Because if he had found this move h3, and I don't know why he did not do it, you know, because it's such a nice move. Think about it, guys. If queen takes d4 is not hanging, as we just saw because of knight d5, then already your knight is safe. Rook a d8 has absolutely no threat. And if you play h3, we already know that bishop e6 is not where the bishop needs to be. This is a terrible square for the bishop. What's the winning move for white here? Very simple move. Winning move for white. Very quickly. Guys, do like the stream, by the way. If you're enjoying it, do like it. Let's have more people join in. We are going to learn a lot. We are going to enjoy a lot. There's a lot of things happening. Yes, exactly. Kshitij, Bhavna, Aushik, Madhav, Anitya. Just rook a d1. And it's game over. Because now this queen is boxed in. This is hanging. You are threatening the knight jumping here. In fact, this knight is lacking squares. I mean, if you play queen c8, look at this move, queen g3. Hitting on c7, bishop h6. It's just very powerful position. So, this is lost. And so, here, h3 was such a nice move. I'm still wondering, why did Nepo not play it? What was on his mind? Maybe what Nepo could have thought is that, hey, this is hanging, right? Only problem is knight d5. What if I defend my bishop here? Rook fe8. Then if you take here, then I take here. Now knight d5 doesn't make sense because I take on e3, you take on e7, I take back. My bishop is defended. So, Shaumik says, why not bishop h3? But Shaumik, same issue, right? Bishop h3. If you take here, I'll just... Oh, is it not same? GH, queen d4, knight d5. Guys, this position is way deeper than I had even imagined. Oh, so bishop, now look at this, okay? Bishop f6 saves the day. And I'm thinking to myself, why does it save the day? And why does bishop f6 not save the day here? So h3, h takes g4. So for example, h3, queen d4, knight d5, bishop f6. Why does this not save the day? Take, queen takes, bishop g5. What an insane variation this is. And the thing is, after bishop h3, gh3, if you play bishop g5, I have queen g6 pinning here. I know this is very tough. Very tough to even imagine, but this is losing, by the way, because wherever you play bishop d8, rook d8, and then just h takes g4, white is exchange up. But if you were to play bishop h3 here, sorry, in this position, bishop h3, a better move here is rook a d1. It's winning move here, defending the knight and creating a threat here. Not g takes h3, because after queen d4, knight d5, bishop f6, knight f6, queen f6, bg5, in comes the very, very strong move. What's the move here? What is the move? Yes, queen g6. Queen g6 pinning here, and already this is fine for black. Black is winning here actually, because even if you take on c5, I have many moves here. The main move being, what is the main move here? I mean, I can win in many ways, but just a simple move. h6, Madhav Vora, you are right. Scientist Anirudh, Satvik, Aushik, Chess Tricks and Traps, Madhav, Chaitali, Daksh, Saumik, very good guys. Just h3, h6, and you lose the bishop. And then it's better for black. So I guess this line with h3 is not so trivial. Bishop h3, rook a d1 is winning. He went for the move, instead of h3, he went knight f5, as we already know. Knight f5 was played here by Ding. By Nepo. And Ding played the move knight. No, he didn't take. He played the move knight e6 here. Interesting. He put his knight on e6 and he's attacking the bishop on f4. Knight e6 played. Bishop is attacked on f4. Also, he's preparing to bring his knight to bishop to c5. If you take, he's ready to take with the queen. There is no rook a d1 because the bishop controls that square. Shubhan says after h3, isn't bishop h5 just okay? But Shubhan, just imagine that in this position, rook a d8, h3, bishop h5. Now I can just plonk my knight on f5 without the fear of it being taken. So that's a big improvement I've got here. And also next move I'll go g4 and even capture further space. Okay, anyway, knight f5, knight e6 played, and now Nepo once again is thinking. He has 1 hour 22 minutes. Ding Liren has 1 hour 17 minutes. And we are going to also, as I have promised, look at some chess of Wilhelm Stenitz, because he was the first world champion and today is the first game of the match, and I'm going to show you some very nice positions from the game of the first world champion Stenitz. This idea came to me 5 minutes before the broadcast began, so I didn't prepare for it, but from tomorrow I will be well prepared for the second world champion, that is Emanuel Lasker, and you will all have lot of fun. But I am actually in general well prepared because Stenitz is someone that I really adored, and I mean, I have studied some of his games, so we will look at that. Rayan, hello Rayan, member for 8 months. Who do you think will win the world championship? I get a feeling that if Ding manages to survive first couple of games or 2-3 games, let's say 4 games, and he doesn't lose, then he will win it. It's just that in the initial rounds he will be jittery because it's his first ever world championship, and generally, you know, you are not used to playing tournaments which have been specially designed for just you. You play in Norway chess, you play in Tata Steel, you have 10, 12 other players who are coming. There's also, but here it's all about you and it's not easy. Madhav says, what if knight e7? Okay, Madhav takes f3. Interesting move. Very nice, by the way, strengthening the structure. I don't want to put my bishop here because it looks misplaced. So I'll take here. You will take with the queen. I'll put my bishop on e6. And you go rook a d1. And I think, again, this position seems to be around equal. But maybe I have a move like queen b4, just harassing you on the queen side. Deepak says, why can't Nepo just kick back Ding's bishop with f3? But you know, Deepak, for example, if you play f3 here, then there is a big trouble. And I want to ask all of you, why is Deepak's f3 a little bit suspect? Anyone? Yes, our chat is like full of correct answers. Bishop c5 only. In fact, oh, what happened? Oh, all my analysis just vanished because he played bishop g3. I think there is a limit to the number of moves I could analyze, and I analyzed too many moves. Okay, no problem. Knight, we were talking about knight e6, f3, and the move that I was waiting for from all of you was bishop c5, and so the move has been mentioned. Beloglavi, Chess with Shankhadeep, Shaumik, Rajiv, Shobha, Prahlad, Madhu Mohan, Shritij, Srini Shruti, and Piyali Ghosh. Well done, guys. Brilliant job. All of you have found the move bishop c5, pinning the queen and winning it. So, rook a d8, knight f5, even knight e6. He took on e7, queen e7, and played the move bishop g3. And what Nepo is now contesting and he's saying to Ding is that, look, Ding, you don't have the bishop pair anymore. What you have now is actually opposite colored bishops that is slightly in black's favor, but white has this very strong kingside majority, 4 pawns versus 3. And what does this majority mean? Try to understand it clearly. With my majority, I can play f4, I can play e5, I can push f5 whenever I get. It's a mobile majority. Black's majority lies on the queen side because he has 4 pawns versus 3. But it's very difficult for black to create a passed pawn here because they are mangled up, they are doubled up pawns. So that's the reason why in this position, white should definitely claim a small little edge. And Ding plays the move bishop h5 here. And he tells Nepo that I am maybe going to put my bishop here. But instead of this, was there any other move that you guys thought was better? For black, instead of bishop h5, what should black have done according to you? Moves done are 16 only until now. nd4, good move, Shubhan, well done. Scientist Anirudh, knight c5, okay, interesting. Grey Ninja, Nitin Bagri, Marathi guy, Reyansh Agarwal, I like your moves. Chemistry World, Srini Shruti. I was thinking of this move, f5. And it seems incorrect because you have your rook and queen lined up here. But the point is, after take, I will take back and I have opened up my rook and I'm putting pressure on c2. So in some ways, this is not such a bad idea, but I think it is very risky for the first game of the match especially. And so Ding went against it and played bishop h5. But if Nepo now plays f3, one gets a feeling that this bishop is a little bit misplaced. It's like it is not in the thick of things. Slightly irrelevant there on h5. Maybe you have to play f6 then and get the bishop back from f7. That could be an idea. That could be an idea. Yeah, the black bishop is somehow the problem here for Ding. Half diagonal for the bishop. Yeah, it's a nice name. You know, like there's this movie Half Girlfriend or something. Half Diagonal. Nice one. Half Diagonal is a good name for the book also. Also good name for a company. Half Diagonal. Riyansh says, can I go rook d7? Okay, Riyansh, let's try. Rook d7. You want to double, right? Okay, I'll go rook a d1. You double? I take. Maybe you take with the rook. I play rook d1. Rook takes, knight takes. And well, such a position has to be assessed. I feel like this is torturous for black because white has the kingside majority and white is just going to, his pieces are better placed. This is under pressure. By the way, I had one question. By the way, f3 has been played. f3, good move by Nepo. I had one question here. Instead of f3, could we have gone queen a7? I was just wondering. Because queen a7 is such a nice move. You're looking at these pawns here. This, putting pressure. Devashish says, "Bhai, आपने तो Levon का wardrobe ही मार." You know, I'll tell you, I have a relative who lives in the US. They come from the US once in few months to India. And the last time they got me this blue sort of colorful floral t-shirt, shirt, Levon style. And then I wore it a lot in streams. In fact, I went to Germany and I took a picture with Levon as well in that shirt. And so that became very famous. So they brought more such shirts for me, which I'm going to wear in this World Championship match. I think rook b8 Ninad is possible, very much so. Slightly passive, but it's okay. I guess queen b4, much more active. Defending this pawn, attacking this pawn, and in case of any problems, I can go back and just trade it off. Yes, all those who said queen b4, Raven Rotten, well done. Okay, f3 played and Ding instantly goes f6. He's like, I'm not going to wait for my bishop. I'll just activate it from this side. Okay, now what do you play here as white? White to play, what is the move that comes to your mind in this position? What is the move that comes to your mind, guys? Okay, let's see what are the moves suggested here. The main move that is suggested is e5, then rook a d1. I think e5 is something that everyone wants to play. But the problem with this move, Rajiv Gopal Gopi Kesavan says E5 looks wrong. But why, Rajiv? What's the reason? Why is it looking wrong? F5. Ravi Deshpande, you're right. F5 is the reason. And then this is trouble. There is another move which is tactical in nature. I don't know if anyone, yeah, some of you have seen knight d5. Very interesting move, because after take, I take, and then e6 is hanging. But after rook d5, queen e6, rook e6. This is just a draw. This is just a draw. I have exchanged everything. So this is not what you want as white, because you are trading essentially the e4 pawn for the c6 pawn, which is not to your liking. The move that Nepo plays is h3. Oh my god, he's just going to be very calm, very cool and calm about it. He just put his pawn on h3 and he's telling Ding, what do you want to do? Do it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Jay Srinivas says, how many games are they playing today? 1. H6. What? What are they doing? Look at this. He played f3. He played f3. He went f6. He went h3. He went h6. Interesting. Okay, while they are doing this, let me put up a very interesting position here, okay, for all of you, because this is something which, and we have the game so that you know you don't miss any action, and we have it there. So here's the game that I wanted to talk about. And this is this game of tennis. Okay, so a couple of words about the first world champion. We're going to talk about Stenitz a bit here before we continue with the game, because right now Nepo is thinking for his move. He is wondering what he should be doing. Stenitz was the first world champion by FIDE. You know, FIDE, I think FIDE came into existence in 1924, but he's the first world champion who was recognized. Because before him were many great players. Can anyone tell me any great player before Stenitz? If you know. Great player before Stenitz. No, not Alec. Morphy. Very good. All those who said not Murphy. Morphy. Morphy was a great player before Stenitz. Okay? Sultan Khan came later in 1900s. La Bordonia, yes, correct. There were many great players. In fact, Falkbeer was one. There were others as well. Greco, 1600s. But first Stenitz was the first one. And you know what Stenitz did? Like Morphy used to attack a lot. King h2 played. Don't tell me that Ding is now going to play King h7. Guys, if in this position after King h2, now Ding plays King h7, that would be insane. You know, like that is taking it a bit too far. Also, the problem here is that there is a tactical line now. After knight d5, cd, ed, earlier rook d5 was working. Why is it not working now? Can anyone tell me what's the problem? White to play. Yes, queen e4 check and you lose the rook. So there is a downside to playing your rook to d5. There is a downside. You lose the rook. So king h2. I think here is where one more interesting thing we should think about world championship matches. Because you have a lot of time to prepare against an opponent, you not only prepare openings, but you also look at his style. And you realize that there are some things that they like, some things that they dislike. And this is done through very deep introspection. In fact, there's a very nice story of Fischer where he used to carry a book of Boris Spassky with him, like all the games of Boris Spassky in one book when he was going to face him. And he would tell people at parties or somewhere that let's do a bet, that you tell me the page number and I will tell you the full game on that page number. And Fischer had actually by-hearted all the games of Spassky such depth before the World Championship match that he would win all these bets. And I don't know what was how much money he made out of it, but he used to win all the bets. So by that, it is very much possible that Nepo has studied the play of Ding and has come to the conclusion that in such a position, instead of forcing matters with Rook a d1, because clearly Rook a d1 is also a very, very logical move. If I do wait, like with h3, h6, king h2, at some point Ding might lose his patience. And when Ding loses his patience, it could lead to him making an error. And that could be the logic from which he is functioning. Here's a question to all of you, because you guys are so quick. Let me ask you, after queen b4, a3, queen b2, why is this a blunder? Look, it's not easy, and I think not many of you will find it, because you guys are all very quick answer givers and you are like, oh, I got it. But why is this a blunder? Rakshit Singh. Rakshit, how come you got it so quickly? Rakshit, tell me the truth. Bhavna Baid. How do you trap the queen? Tell me. Queen has come in, but how do you trap it? So, first thought that will come to your mind is Rook a b1, right? But to Rook a b1, I can take this pawn and I can take this pawn. Both are hanging. If I play Rook e b1, you are losing this pawn and I'll come out from here. So both my rooks coming to b1 is not working. And so I think to myself, whoa, Rook a2. Now this is defended and this is defended. The problem with this is the move queen to b6, the only move for the queen, and it is defended. Everything is defended. But that is the reason why now. Exactly. And all those who said bishop c7, thinking all of these lines and seeing that this b6 square is the most critical square for the queen to run back to, and have found this answer, I am extremely proud of you. So Rakshit, Bhavna, Kshitij, Ravi, Scientist, Shaumik, Arpit and Panshul, you guys are great, because bishop c7 is a mind-blowing move. And now after knight c7, rook a2, it is game over. Look at this. You don't have a square here. You don't have squares here. You don't have squares here. You don't have square here. Everything is taken up. Game over. Very nice, no? No, but this was a very cool idea, by the way. So king h2, now Ding is thinking. While Ding is thinking, okay, let's quickly go and check this position. What was the move that William Stenitz played here? White to play. White to play, and we are going to learn a bit about Stenitz, the first world champion. This is his match. This is his match against Chigorin. And the book that I'm using, and by the way, one of my favorite books is My Great Predecessors. I'll tell you how I got these books. At that point, they were not available in India. I have an uncle who lives in the US. They gave me these books as gifts when they realized that I was so much in love with chess. And little did they know that these books were some of the best books that were out there. And by the way, if you see here, this is my sister. Uh, 31st August 2006 is when this book was given, 17 years ago. But somehow, with very nice cover and all, I have maintained it pretty well. This is very much unlike me, but somehow it happened back then. So, the move that was played here, very quickly to show you what move was played by William Stenitz. Let's see. D4 is what most of you want to do. Just let me get the board here. So, we have. So, many of you want to play the move D4. Many of you want to play knight D5. Many of you want to play H4. Many of you want to play knight F5. Wow, sacrificing a knight. What Stenitz said is that his one of the main things was you shouldn't go out for an unnecessary attack. But one of the key things that he believed in was that if the position is stable in the center, a flank attack is very good. So while most of you would castle here, and so would I, and maybe F5 is good for black, the right move here, which William Stenitz played, was H4. So a big pat on the back to our chat. Nice, that actually rhymes. On the back, a pat to our chat. The move is H4. Shaumik, Ravi, Rajiv, Don, Anbit, Pranay, Incognito, Grey Ninja, Scientist Anirudh, Nalan, Arugam. And his idea is to play H5 and to open up the position. And this was a very beautiful game that he played. In fact, something like 97, H5, D5, takes, and he managed to do this bishop b3, queen c6, queen e2, bishop d7, bishop e3, king h8, long castle, queen f1, a5, d4, and it led to a very smooth finish here, because after rook takes d4, you want to keep the bishop here to go and attack. Knight d4, and here is your move. What is the move that was played here by Stenitz? I think the idea was if you take bishop d4, you want to play rook f6. This was his plan for Chigorin. Meanwhile, Ding hasn't played his move yet. Wow. Chat, you guys are so good. So good. So good. Love it. Love it. How come you guys are so strong? Because here there is no question of engine. Yeah, you guys are thinking on your own. Rook takes h7 is such a crazy move. And fantastic job, yeah, by so many of you actually. The ones who have found this move, let me just read out the names of all of you who found it. Scientist Anirudh, Mukul, Amay, Pranay, Marathi, Anbit, Learning, Shaumik, Anurag and Nitin. Is after takes, in came what? What was the move? What was the move? Come on. You can't just leave me like with one move. What's the point? Okay, okay. Queen h1, Queen h1, King g7 forced. And now what was the move? What's the move, guys? So all those who have saying bishop d4, you need to have something prepared for rook f6. It's not like you have a finishing stroke here. And if you play queen h6 check, king f6, again you need to be a little careful. I think this should win somehow, no? Like check. I don't think the king will survive this, or will he? King here. Could be. Could be. Like, you don't have too much firepower. That's the thing. If my king runs away, it's game over. The move that was played, and actually let me see if you guys could guess it. Queen h6 was the main move, but the right move here, which has been made by so many of you, and I'm amazed by, again, the people who have answered bishop h6, Anbit, Rajiv, Amay, Aryan, Mustafa, Anurag, Urvin, Nalan, Lait, and scientist Anirudh. Check here and think of it. Think about it. If you go here, you lose the rook just like that. If you go to h7 or h8. But if you come to f6, now what is the move? Once again, let's go. What do you play? And meanwhile, has Ding Liren played his move? Not yet. He's thinking. He's down to 1 hour, 1 minute. What is the move here? Again, on the ball, you guys. Brilliant. Some people have said queen h5. Just a little bit worried about the free queen. But I guess it's more a problem of your notation than anything else. It is queen h4. And if you notice, these bishops are scissoring in, taking away almost each and every square from the king. So the king had to go king e5. And now, how do you finish it off? How do you finish it off? Rian says crisscross applesauce. Nice. Like it. What's the move? Yes, queen d4. Okay, now I would like at least 100 of you to find this. It's not easy, but it's not tough. White to play, finish the game off. What is the move? What is the move, guys? Yeah. The move here is g4, mate. And let me see. Oh, not bad, not bad. Many of you, in fact, queen f4 is also mate. Huh? So I shouldn't be so hard on all the people who have mentioned queen f4. But I would say, guys, pawn mate. Go for it. If you can get a pawn mate, you should go for it. 62 people have said Light, Jai, Virendra, Sniper, Kshitij, Riyansh, Rajiv, Piali, Rachit, Anurag. So brilliant job, guys. And now, till Ding makes his next move, I want to show you one of my... Oh, he played. Let me see. What did he play? He played bishop f7. Okay, let's go to the game and see. Bishop f7 played. By the way, just to finish off this game, William Stennitz's first thing that you need to keep in mind when you know him is that he was a positional player. And he felt that double bishop advantage was very important. He was of that school that dynamics or attack is not the only way to win in chess, which back at that time when he was in his full flow, it was like the late 1800s, like 1890s and so on. People used to think that attack is the only way to win, and Paul Morphy was there. He used to always attack and win, but William Stenitz realized you can often play positional chess and win. And for that, one of the rules which we learned from this game was, what was it? Guys, very quickly, what did we learn from this game? When we go h4 here, what was the main thing that you guys learned from Stenitz's game against Chigorin? This was their world championship match in 1892. When center is stable, you can attack. Rajiv Gopi K7. Nice. It's not just attack. Don't just be lazy. When the center is stable, attack on the flanks. Vineet Prabhu, well done. Yes, that if the center is stable, you can go for it. And that is, and actually I would think that Chigorin should have been a little more active and should have gone f5 and should have done this. He should not have played so calmly, allowing Stenitz to just sort of stabilize his position, long castle, and then eventually open it up and sacrifice his rook. Okay, going back now to the game of Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because this is the world championship match to find the which world champion would be crowned. Guys, anyone in the chat? Which, if Stenitz is number 1, Ding or Nepo will become which number of world champion? Yes, Aran B, you are right. Vadiraj Kullai, you are right. Scientist Anirudh, Rishit Sharma, all those who have said 17, you are correct. So, first Stenitz, second Lasker, third Capablanca, fourth Alekhine, fifth, and by the way, after Alekhine, remember that Alekhine became the world champion by beating Capablanca, and then he kept that title for a long time. But in his reign, in came, what was the big incident that happened in his during when he was the world champion? What was the world event that happened when Alekhine was the world champion? You know, at that point, life was so unstable because of these things. World War. Yes, World War II happened when when Alekhine was the world champion. And it was so difficult to organize matches because the world was unstable. Just like how right now COVID made everything unstable, at that point it was World War, that you couldn't plan, people couldn't travel and so on. So Alekhine passed away in the year 1946, and this was the first ever time that the title was not passed on to the next person. And so there was a big problem here that Alekhine is no more, and now how do you find the next world champion? So at that time, what FIDE came up with is that we will have a candidates tournament. And by the way, Rook AD1 played now by Nepo, and my thinking is that Rook takes D1, Rook takes D1 and Rook D8 will happen when you would have exchanged like almost all the major pieces, and white keeps a small edge, but how big of an edge this is to actually press for victory is still unclear. Yes, Aditya says we have internet now. Exactly. That earlier there was no internet at that point. So when, by the way, Rook D1, and now Ding is thinking he has 58 minutes. Nepo has 1 hour 5 minutes. They are on move number 20. 20 more moves to make in this time control to get an additional 1 hour on the clock. So at that point, a candidates tournament was organized, and in that candidates, Botvinnik was playing. In fact, I think it was a candidates of 6 players, and then Ruben Fine at the end pulled out at that point, and it became a candidate of 5 players, and they played a round robin event of 4 round robin. I think it was quadruple round robin, or how do you say 5 times round robin? If 2 is double, 3 is triple, 4 is quadruple, what is 5 times? You know, everyone. Penta round robin event. Yeah, something like that. Quintuple. No, I think penta sounds correct. Not Pentala Hari Krishna, but penta round robin. I think that was how the event was. And they played 20 games. And then Botvinnik won. And when Botvinnik won the title, he became like sort of the patriarch of chess. He started talking about so every world champion brought with himself a new flavor to the game. You know, that is what is the beauty, and that's why studying world champions very useful, because you will realize how the game evolved. Like when Stenitz was there, everyone wanted to checkmate the opponent's king, and Stenitz said, wait, it's not necessary. You can play positional chess and win as well. So that added to the beauty of the game. Then came Lasker, and Lasker said, hey, you know what, Stenitz is just too scientific in his approach. What I'm bringing to the table is psychology in chess. If my opponent is maybe a bad defender, I will take risks against him. If my opponent is a great positional player, I will play risky openings against him. If my opponent loves to attack, I will play passive openings but will not give him chance to attack, and so on. You know, all these aspects were explored by Lasker, who was the second world champion, and that's why he's called one of the greatest champions. Again, when Lasker became the world champion, there was World War I, I think, during his reign. And so he remained the world champion for the longest duration, for 27 years. That is crazy. I think from 1890 something, 1898 or something to 1920s. That's how long he was. And then next came in Capablanca. Oh man, what is Capablanca known for? Anyone? 1894 to 1921, says Umesh. Thank you. Capablanca then came in, and here is this guy from Cuba, from South America, from a place where, I mean, chess was perhaps not played as much. This guy comes and, you know, he's just filled with natural brilliance, and he just understands chess so well. Endgames and positional play. Capablanca was known for it. In fact, during Capablanca's reign, there came many great champions during Lasker and Capablanca, this period. Rubinstein and Tarrasch and Nimzowitsch. I think that was the golden era when chess started to develop so many theories. Like Tarrasch said, an isolated pawn spreads, a person who plays, who's afraid to play with an isolated pawn should leave chess, and all of those things, you know, and during that period happened. And then came Alexander Alekhine, and he was, if I'm not mistaken, he was the first ever professional chess player. That when he started playing chess, he stopped everything else that he was doing and he prepared seriously for his match against Capablanca. And that was very important. And then Alekhine remained the world champion. He was also known for his attacking instincts. In fact, Garry Kasparov, who became a world champion later, said everything that he developed in his attacking play came from Alekhine. His first book was Alekhine's Best Games. And then this happened, this entire thing of the World War II. And then 1946, Alekhine passes away. 1948, you have the candidates match. Botvinnik wins. And then Botvinnik becomes the world champion. And in 1951, Botvinnik plays a world championship match where he nearly loses the world champion's title. In fact, he's saved by a rule which says that when the scores are tied 12-12, the world champion retains the title. Who was he playing against? I forgot Max Euwe. Sorry. I'm very sorry. In fact, the 5th world champion was not Botvinnik, it was Max Euwe. And I forgot him because it happened this way, that Alekhine was beaten by Max Euwe and then he beat him again to keep his title. So Euwe was the world champion for a very short duration. He's from the Netherlands. I think if you talk about Dutch chess, Netherlands chess, there are 3 players who are very famous. Can you tell me the names of these 3 players? There are more, but these 3 players, I think they will be remembered forever. Anish Giri, yes. Yes, one of them. One of them. Max Euwe, 2. And not Jordan yet. I don't know. Jordan maybe in future, yes. But there was one player, of course, who reached very high levels during the time. Yes, Peloglavi Soup, you are right. It was Jan Timman. So Timman, Euwe, Timman and Anish Giri, I would say. Well, of course, many can argue. There is Luke Van Velde as well, very strong player. And there were others as well. But these 3, I would say, very, very strong. So Max Euwe, by the way, very surprising that he became the world champion, because I think he was a maths teacher. And he just beat Alekhine, which was huge. And then Alekhine won the title again back. And then Botvinnik came in. And in 1951, Botvinnik, he was a professor in maths, I think. In 1951 was the match between Botvinnik and Bronstein. What a match that was, guys. Oof. You should study those games. In fact, Bronstein was this close to becoming the world champion. And that's why, you know, chess history is filled with players who could have been immortalized in the sport, but were not. And such players are Rubinstein, Paul Keres, Bronstein, then you have Korchnoi, and so on. You know, like these are the people who would have, by the way, b6 played by Ding here. Ding moves his pawn up to b6. And I think all the time in my head, it was going like the queen can enter here. I was like, oh my God, if he comes here. But then I would calm myself down and say, oh, the queen can come here and here. But I think Ding very rightly puts his pawn here. Not that he's anytime going to push c5. Because look, if you push c5, the knight is going to jump to d5. So you can't do that. But still, it stops this and maybe prepares queen c5 at some point. Of course, you don't want to play queen c5 just like that, because I will take. And then you can't take with the knight because your pawn on c7 is hanging. And if you can't take with the knight, then you take with the pawn, but then they are tripled pawns. You know, so you don't want that to happen. So, by the way, guys, all these stories which I am saying, are they interesting or are they dull or boring? Please let me know. Because I have some chess also to show you while I'm talking. If they are interesting. Nesmetdino Mukul was a great player, but I think I would never put him in the same category as Keres, Rubinstein and all. No? Okay, interesting. Great. Many of you found them interesting. Yeah, Ivanchuk also I would put there, Mustafa, in that group of players who were as good as world champions but could never become world champions. There is an entire group of people here. So we reached our story reached the point of Bronstein Botvinnik, and Botvinnik won many matches, remained the world champion until 1960. I think, no, wait. Before that, there was one more world champion, if I'm not mistaken. He lost one world championship match before that. Yes. Who was that guy? And in fact, he's one of my favorite world champions. Before the great Mikhail Tal came. Smyslov. Yes. Smyslov was the player who came, if I'm not mistaken, 1957 was Smyslov. Could you check it? Vasily Smyslov came in 1957. And while, Botvinnik was called the patriarch by many. Why patriarch? Because he brought into chess this concept called preparation, of being like a professional, of taking walks before the game, of conserving energy, and many more things. Like, you become a sportsman basically. That was his contribution to the sport. Yes, 1957-58, correct. So then came Vasily Smyslov, and Smyslov, if you look at him as a player, he's the son of music teachers, and he's known for his same thing. When you learn music, the first thing you learn in general is harmony. The tunes and everything coming together and so on. And that was the same concept that he brought on the board. If you look at the games of Vasily Smyslov, there's so much harmony on the board. And in fact, there's one player who loves Smyslov, Jesse Cry, who is, by the way, there's this channel called Chess Dojo, and they run it, I think Kostya and Jesse and few more. And Jesse was someone who I learned a lot from his videos when I was growing up. And so I also became a fan of Vasily Smyslov's games. And I loved those games so much. I studied them very carefully. So I would put Capablanca, Smyslov, and Karpov as three great positional players out there. Unbelievable. Of course, now you add Magnus to it. So Smyslov lost to Botvinnik very quickly, and Botvinnik regained his world title. Botvinnik wouldn't give up his title so easily. And then came this guy, this unbelievable genius, who's all the time sacrificing pieces and who is everyone's favorite. Any guesses? Yes, Mikhail Tal. Mikhail Tal comes in and he is like hardly even preparing. It's like, if you have this movie in which you have one group of guys who are like full nerds, like studying all the time, and another group who are like just enjoying life, partying and all. Generally, the nerds win, right? A3 played by Nepo. I think Nepo's last few moves have been very interesting. F3, H3, King H2. Okay, Rook D1 makes normal move, but A3. And he's played so many little moves here, and he's just keeping up the pressure on Ding. And he's telling him, what are your plans, Ding? What do you want to do? Just tell me. But I think what Ding might want to do is put his knight on C5. That could be an idea. Just put the knight here. But I think the knight can be kicked away. So maybe it's no point putting here. I think black is suffering a bit from lack of space, and maybe it's a good time for Ding. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if Ding takes and plays this. But at the same time, I also think if Ding wants to wait, what would be a good waiting move here, guys? Black to play. What would be a good waiting move? Also, guys, please do like the stream. Let's get to 1,000 likes if we can. Slowly, let's try to get more people watching this, more people enjoying this World Championship. Yes, A5, I would suggest this as a very good waiting move. It improves the structure, doesn't spoil anything. If you play the move C5, I have my doubts here because then my knight jumps to D5 and it's no longer very simple there. So I don't want to play the move C5, but I'll definitely think about the move A5. Now, before I take my story further over here, let me take you back a few years. Okay. And this is maybe one of my most uh, favorite ever games of Stenitz. I will never ever forget it. And I think after today, you will never forget it. So please keep this game in mind. This is an amazing game. This is an amazing game that we are going to witness. Let's see if I can open the... Oops, sorry. Okay, so here is it. It is Stenitz is white. His opponent is von Bardeleben. I don't know if you have seen this game. E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. Oh, by the way, did he play A5? Really? Or it was just my move? No, he's still thinking after A3. Hasn't played. Ding is on 48 minutes. Nepo is on 57. You know why this time control, by the way, I'm liking it and I'm actually understanding the time control pretty well is because I went to WR Masters, if you remember, in Germany. And there, it was the similar time control. Travel with Nikhil Roshan, thank you so much, says, can we someday have a stream just telling stories of Vishy sir? After studying about him in school chapters years ago, I have known is from you. All I have known is from you. Yes, for sure. We can talk about Vishy one day completely on one of the streams. In fact, I had done one stream a couple of years ago where we talked about Vishy's stories while we were covering his event. It was great fun. And he did play A5. He did play A5. Yes, he did play A5. So the waiting game continues. Yeah, Ding could have played Rook D1, but I think both players are just waiting for each other to capture. Hey guys, just a second, I'll get some water. Okay, I don't want to waste your even a minute, so I will go to take water when I give you a position. Wait. So, Bishop C4, Bishop C5, C3, Knight F6, D4, CD, CD, Bishop B4 check, Knight C3. And by the way, Knight E4 is a playable move. But he played the move D5, ED, Knight D5. Notice that the knight is pinned here. Castles, he played Bishop E6. He should have maybe taken on C3 and castled, but he played this, Bishop G5. Bishop went back, take on D5, take on D5, take on D5, take on D5, take on E7, knight e7. What is a good move here, guys? What is a good move? Think. Here, white to play. Yes, all those who said rook e1, just like what Nightbot said right now, well done, 3000 elo chat, great job. So rook e1 is the reason why this position is dangerous for black. So imagine that if I had played something very like simple like rook c1, he can long castle as well. Or if he gets short castling, then black would be doing very well. So rook e1 stops both these moves. f6 was played, stopping maybe rook e5 or knight e5 in the position. Then came the move queen e2, queen went back, rook c1 and c6. And this is your moment to think, what would you do here as black, as white to play? Think, think, white to move. Okay, Shaumik, Kshitij, Scientist Anirudh, Piali, Vinit, Beloglavi, Shritij, Himnisa, Clara and Bhavna. Beautiful job, guys. You guys have found the correct move here. And the correct move is d5. Brilliant work. So, this is absolutely correct. Giving up a pawn for the king in the center. And please try to understand this, all those who are thinking, why is this move so good? By the way, a move has been played in Nepo's game. So let's quickly check that out and come back here. Knight e2 played by Nepo. I'm wondering if we should take this opportunity to play c5. Because if you go back here, I was thinking of playing c6, taking away that square from your knight. And if you play knight e2, c5, I mean knight e2 is played. I think Ding has c5. Always he has rook d1 and rook d8. That is normal. But also, where is this knight heading to? Maybe here, here, here. I don't know. Here, here. Maybe c4, queen c3, b4. I don't know what is his plan actually. Knight f4 says chess tricks and traps. No, but if you play knight f4, I just take, queen takes. You're saying that in that opposite colored bishop position, it should be good. Like here, you think take, take. This is good, yeah? Yeah, maybe. Because if c6, I have queen c7. Take, take. And this is hanging. So this could be the way to play, right? Knight f4. I think his idea is c5, knight f4. And to get the queen here and then put pressure here. And these little things that you spot, you know, this is so cool actually. Because you wanted to attack here, but it was impossible. The knight was always controlling that square. So with knight e2, I'm actually trying to exchange off that knight. Say if I go here, you take here, you go here, you take, queen takes. Already, you have to go rook c8. And once you do this, this is bad because I can go rook d3. Or I can even go e5 and open it up. And this opposite colored bishop position gives white a small edge because this bishop is doing nothing on this diagonal. Ronit Agrawal says, I loved your series on imbalances with the comedians. It has improved me a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ronit. I'm glad you liked it. I think it's one of the best series out there. Imbalance theory with stand-up comedians. Biswa and Vaibhav mainly were there. But yeah, I think I also have the same with me doing it alone before. It was my first sort of playlist when the pandemic began. It was Improve Your Chess with Sagar Shah. So you can check that. Rishiraj Signodia says, can we go bishop f2 and knight g3? And Rishiraj, you want to put your knight on f5, I believe. Possible, yeah, interesting. But also I'll just play bishop g6 and kind of stop it. So maybe it's not as great a maneuver, but it's a good thing to keep in mind. Good that you thought about it. Learn IT says, do you have any video on Morphy's opera game? Yes, my latest video on Learn from Classics, I think episode 35 is on that game. Kamal Sharma says knight f4 is a threat. Yes, for sure. I think it's a mini threat, you can say. For example, if you go knight f4, I am not obliged to take here. I can take this, and maybe play rook d8. And let's say you take, queen f4. Attacking this, I need to sort of save it here. Now I'm going to lose a pawn, but I think this position very likely maybe c4 not needed just as yet, but I feel this is a draw. So while the engines might give a sizable edge for white here because he's a pawn up, I think for humans it's pretty clear that this should end in a draw, most likely. Although we cannot be like 100% sure. For example, c4 might not be the best way to play because this king is coming in pretty quickly on the dark square. So better to make him waste a move with bishop b6, then play c4, king g3, king e7, maybe king f2. I don't know, like I think this should be a draw. That's what my intuition says, but maybe it's not something that Ding wants to go into. Sanish says, tomorrow are my ITs and here I am watching this stream. Well, you'll do well in your exams, don't worry. So should we go back to the Wilhelm Stenitz game and also keep an eye on this? And I wanted to show you this moment while they are thinking, because for all those who are joining in right now, every day of the World Championship, the round number will have the world champion whose game we are going to see. So let's say if it is round number 1, we are going to see the first world champions game, that is Stenitz, and that is how we are looking at. By the way, d5 was played by Stenitz in this game, and one of the main reason is to open up the position because the black king is in the center, and the idea is knight clearing the d4 square for the knight. That is very important. The knight will then come here. One question that Rakshit had mentioned is, why can't we do rook c3 here? I think, Rakshit, you can think about what is a good defense here for black. Black to play, guys. Yes, chess tricks and tricks. Kritika. I mean, Rakshit's idea was rook e3 to put pressure here. But as you all rightly pointed out, king f7. And if rook e3, knight d5, and black is out of danger, I think it's fine. Black is doing well here. So it was very important to be active and take sorry, knight d4. Now if king f7, I was wondering what is it that we can do here. How can we continue? It actually happened. He went knight e6, and his idea is to go rook c7. Okay, so in came rook c8, and now came queen g4, threatening a mate here on g7, threatening an attack. So g6, and now what should white play here? White to play. What should white play in this position? Yes, all those who have mentioned this move, a pat on your back. Knight g5 is correct. Well done. Kritika, Swastik, Chess Trick, Kshitij, Saumik, Sangharsh, Panshul, Nalan, Bhavna, and Ravi Deshpande. So now the queen is hanging. So he had to go king e8. And now once again your move. What do you play here as white? White to play. How many of you have seen this game before? How many of you have seen this game that has happened? And yeah, let's see. Many of you have seen this game, or Ding played his move. So let's go to the Ding game before we go here. And by the way, I have changed a bit of the overlay thanks to Abhyudaya once again. Rook d1 happened, rook d1, rook d8, and in came the move Rook d3. Hmm. Interesting move. Because rook takes d3 might be feasible. You know, you can take here. But I think he'll take with the queen. And once again, you have pressure here. You have the d file. And as black, you have to be very, very accurate. So rook d3. Jean Sartre says this is a draw. You know, John, it's not easy to say if this is a draw. It can, in these world championships, you need to be very alert for little things that are happening, because things can change like that. And I feel like there is some pressure, enough pressure for Ding to be under a lot of, at least not if lot, but some pressure. Okay, let's say knight c5, take. I don't know, maybe e5, maybe knight d4, put pressure here, could be possible. Why is Magnus Carlsen not defending his title? It's a very good question actually. Does anyone know the answer? Why is Magnus Carlsen not defending his title? Mukul says tiresome preparation. I agree. I think he just doesn't want to go through the grind of preparation. It's not anything else. Yeah, like the other things are fine for him. But it's just the fact that there is too much of prep involved. And it's like half of your year is gone in that. At least 3 to 4 months. You are looking at lines, you are preparing, you have... And Carlsen is like, enough. I don't want this. Has that ever happened to you guys, that you are doing something which you dislike and then, you know, you want to stop it, but sort of earning you well, it's keeping you the world champion, but in deep within you feel like this is not meant for me, you know, this thing is actually something which is pulling me down in my life. Has that happened to any of you? CA final studies, says Mukul. My JEE preparation, says Sankalp. Money is not the motivation anymore, says Vakar. Yes. Sumit says my first job was like that. Pepe Verse says, yeah, that has happened to me. Being a CA student, I can relate, says Deepak Chauhan. No, it's not about being world champion. It's about, you know, have you faced something like this in your life? I think everyone faces something which they are unhappy about. And if it becomes a regular thing in your life, it's never so easy, right, to make a decision, because there are parts of it which you like. For example, being world champion is something that Magnus truly enjoys. I know, I am sure he has already said that on record many times. He would love to be world champion. But the thing which comes along with it, the journey which takes him to that destination, is not enjoyable for him. And it takes a lot of courage to take this decision. In fact, Amruta and I would often discuss saying that Magnus Carlsen would not take such a call for multiple reasons. One of them is that it actually will lower his brand value, which will actually impact his businesses that he has created with Play Magnus Group and so on. Maybe somewhere the fact that he sold his company to chess.com, the Play Magnus Group, could also be sort of a thing that has relieved from his shoulders, no? there. So, by the way, it's black to play here. So while we are talking, you also think what should be black's move? What should black play in this position? I think the number of possibilities here for black are not many. Because I don't think you want to play a move like c5. And one of the ideas of rook d3 is that you want to ask him to take so that he does not get the d5. So the next move, my idea would be to play queen d2 and put more pressure on d8. That was the idea. That is the idea. So how should Ding respond is a question. But I think his answer is clear. Like take here, take here. But then the queen is planning to enter here, and from there wants to attack this. So b5 maybe. Queen c3. Yeah, could be possible. Could be. This could be possible. Beloglavi says knight c5 loses for black. Here knight c5 possible, right? Take, take, e5. It's playable for sure. But it is some pressure again. Because if you take, you may be losing this pawn. Was rook d2 possible, says Ronit. Ronit, the main point of rook d3 is that you keep the d2 square for the queen. So that you can double here and you can put pressure. That was the reason. So, I think that Magnus, by the way, coming back to that topic, Magnus not defending his title is a very bold decision on him because it does impact his brand value, his sort of ego at some point that I'm the world champion and now I'm no longer the world champion. It does hit him in many ways, but I think he made such a bold decision, and for me it seems like Magnus is able to take these tough calls in life on many of the things, which is something worth learning from him. Because if you remember, when Magnus, and this is not just after, you might say, oh, he's the world champion and he's achieved so much, he can take these decisions. But even when he was 16 or 17 years old and he was working with Garry Kasparov, by the way, c5 played here. Interesting, because now actually very interesting move, c5 by Ding. Maybe at some point he wants to go c6 and just remove this pressure on the c7 pawn. That's what he. So queen d2, I'm sure he'll do it, right? And he'll force him to take, I think, because taking is kind of forced. You don't play c6 because after c6 I just take, queen takes, knight takes, and bishop c7. Then this hangs and this. So let's say, for example, take, and game over. This and this hangs. So I'm actually thinking that queen d2 will be played, and then he would take, and then maybe we have the move c6. But already this position, let's say queen a6 attacking here, not so easy to defend. You can't go queen c7, bishop will take it, so queen d8. Maybe then the queen plans to come further ahead, but then you have to look at queen d2. Okay, but these are some of the, yeah, he plays queen d2. Good move by Nepo. By the way, guys, one small thing which I needed to also announce today is that Chessbase India is looking out for a tech head for its company. And I have published an article on that on our news page. So please do check it out. And if you know someone who is a very good developer who can help us to take the vision to the next level, which involves um, which is related to growing chess and taking it to the next level, please do help us. So here I'm putting it in and I will pin this message. So if there's anyone, there's a form there, you can fill it up and would really help. Yeah, so when Magnus was 16 years old, he took a very tough call, which was like he was training with Gary Kasparov, and Gary Kasparov is one of the greatest players in the world. And at that point, he had just retired, I think, and was very strong. And he was training Magnus, and I think they had the differences. And this has not been made public, but you can be sure that Gary was telling him to do certain things, and Magnus was not liking it. And this is the thing about great people, great, you see those traits from a very young age. Like Magnus said he won't work with Gary, and he took this call at an age where, for many it would be a no brainer to just keep continuing working with Kasparov because the knowledge he's imparting is huge. But this sort of independent thinking, having the ability to believe in your instincts, or you can say in your intuition, trusting that you can do things better in a specific way, all of these things are what Magnus brings in. And he does that repeatedly. He's done that on many occasions, in fact, for the world championship, giving up the title. Even in his incident with Hans Niemann, if you see, we are still not sure who's right, who's wrong, but still, what he did was that he went the distance with him. Like, when he believed in something, he's ready to take risks and he goes into it. He goes sort of all out. No, then he doesn't worry about the consequences or stuff like that. So Sachin Ranade in the chat says, testament to your initiatives. Thanks to Chespa, my 19-month daughter knows what chess is and played between white and black. Thank you so much. Thank you. In fact, we have some very interesting developments with Chespa. We recently tied up with Crossword, and Chespa is being introduced in 10 of Crossword shops all across India. And if it works well in 10 of them, then we would introduce in another 10 shops, and then hopefully it reaches a lot of people, and then we would like to do the second edition of Chespa. That's how it is. So okay, by the way, after queen d2, Ding is thinking, and now guys, Ding is actually getting under time pressure. Think about it. He has 24 minutes and he has to make 15 moves, and there's no increment. So it is not going to be so simple for Ding. He has to speed up. Akash says, if he doesn't like preparing openings, why doesn't Magnus stop preparing openings and take decisions on the board? It's a very good question, Akash, and I think it's a natural thing to ask. Like, if you don't like to prepare, don't prepare, but play the World Championship match. The problem is that the nature of this event, in the sense that you know your opponent 1 year in advance, or let's say at least a few months in advance, the time control of the game, and all these things make opening preparation a very important aspect. Imagine that if you make a small error in the opening, with this current time control, it's very difficult to wriggle out of it. And with a player like Nepo, who now understands how opening preparation has to be done for tournament at this level, Magnus thought it's again that same deja vu feeling, for him. So that's why he said that if Alireza Firuza or someone else was playing, he would have played the World Championship. Okay, by the way, while Ding is thinking, we had this thing which was going on. And I think many of you had come to a move here. Rook e7. Brilliant job. All those who suggested this sacrifice of William Stennett's game with Rook e7. Brilliant job here. And they are Kshitij, Saumik, Scientist, Rayan, Ravi, Himanisa, Shritish, Panshul, Bhavna and Sam. And the point is, if you take queen takes, then you are losing a piece. After take, white is winning. So, and if you take here, what is the issue here, guys? What is the problem? Why is this losing? Only 21 minutes left for Ding. Wow. Yeah, this is correct. Shaumik Banerjee, Eka Pragnya, Anuj, Piali, Samhita, Shubhi, Rook E1 is correct. And now, in order to protect your queen, either you can go to D8 or D6. If you go to D6, how do you finish it off? Think, calculate. Don't just feel that, oh, this is easy. Calculate. Rook e6, king c7 maybe. King c7. Yeah, king c7. What's your plan? Queen f4, king d8. So maybe instead of that, queen b4 looks stronger. But then there is rook c5. No, rook c5, there is rook e6. Okay. Rook e6 check should do the trick for there. So he has to go to c7, only move. And then you could do this knight e6 check business. And if he goes here, at the very least, you have check, rook c7 and take, mate. Oops, not there. There, mate. So king takes e7 is also losing. So he goes king f8. And now comes the important move, because in a way, by the way, has Ding made his move? No, he's down to 19 minutes, 30 seconds, and he's still thinking. Pressure getting to Ding, guys. What should white play here in the position? White to move. How do you continue? Now, look, if you play rook c8, I'll take with the rook. You can't take my queen either ways because there's a back rank mate. This was the tricky part of this entire game, why this became a very important game. So the move here, and I believe that some of you have found it. In fact, Nalan, Shritij, Shaumik, Bhavna, Piali, Rishiraj, Ramji and Rahul have found it. Rook f7 is the correct move. Excellent. And now if you take with the king, oops, sorry, king, then you can't take, sorry. And queen takes loses to rook takes, queen takes, and piece up at the very least. So you go king g8. Now what do you do next? White to play. White to play. Okay, Ding has, I think, made a move. So while you write down this answer, let's quickly go back to that game. Ding has played the move c6. Okay. And Nepo now has some chance to have some serious edge. Because look, guys, here's the point. If you take, queen takes, knight takes. You see what's the winning move here, right? For white. White is just winning completely. Just over. Do you see that? Yes, exactly. Bishop c7 is game over. Just game over. You attack here and attack here and here and here. It's over. It's just done. So after rook d8, he must take with the knight. Now if you think about this position a little deeper, in what way can you make inroads as white? Because look, you know this, all these squares are weak. But how can you make some inroads here? What is the way? Socho. Socho. What is the way? Now, many of you are saying play queen d6. But then after I take and I put my knight back, I think black has solved all the problems because the bishop was aiming to come here and attack this weakness. And it has been stopped. Right? So, Vedant Mistri, Nalan Arumugam, Kaushik S, Arsian Boy, I like it. Those who are saying BD6, I don't like this move because of Queen D7. And tell me, how are you going to make progress? So, the move, and by the way, Nepo has played it. This makes the game quite interesting now, guys, because Nepo is not only better clearly in the position because he is threatening the killing move queen c7, but also because time wise Ding is down to 18 minutes to make 13 moves with no increment on the clock. He can actually lose on time. Nihar Vankudre says knight e6 attacks the queen and stops queen c7. Very logical, Nihar. And Nihar, I want you to answer me, no one else. Okay, others can also answer. Why is this a bad move, Nihar? Shaumik got it. Scientist, Sangharsh. Harsh Kumar, thank you so much for becoming backer of Indian Chess. All those who become members and have stayed members for Chess Base India, a big thank you to all of you. All the funds that we have collected go to Indian chess players. So a big thank you to all of you. Queen check. And now this is hanging. That is the problem. And then you have to play queen d8. And I can take, and we come back to the same position with the same problems. So you can't do that, right? So you can't play knight e6. So again, what do you play? I think one of the moves that makes absolute sense to me is b5. And the point is that if you play queen c7, I would take, bishop takes, and now I would put my knight on b7 defending this. And this is holdable position, I guess. Still quite tough, but at least holdable. But the problem with b5 is that I'll go queen b8, pinning the knight. And if you come out with the pin with king h7, I'll put my bishop hitting here. And if you come knight e6 attacking this, I will chop the pawn, and this is already very risky for Ding. So with 13 more moves to make, 28, 29, 30 and 10 more, 240. So 13 more moves to make and 15 minutes left and a tough position to hold. In his first World Championship match, Ding Liren is in big trouble, guys. If Ding loses here, you can say that the match would heavily shift towards Nepo's side. How to vote move, says Prince. You just have to write in the chat, Prince. Yes, there are 14 rounds, I know that. But somehow, the first game, the momentum would be on Nepo's side in a big way. And actually, Ding has some concrete issues. Maybe he would give up the a5 pawn somewhere and then try to form a fortress. I think that's the most logical thing to do. Knight b7 says Adarsh. Interesting move. But what about check? King here. And now find the powerful move here. Finishing off the game. Just very nice way to trap something. You guys are very strong. Bishop c7. The knight is trapped actually. So this does not work. This is game over. Those who are saying queen b7, but then it's the same thing, right? After queen c7. Because I'm threatening taking here. You can't defend this. If you take, I come bishop c7 attacking this and this. So queen b7 also does not work. How about a4 says hypernova. A4 hypernova, queen c7, king f8. Why can I just not take on b6? Maybe b5, queen c7, king f8. But then what's the problem here, guys? Yeah, bishop d6. Just game over. It's stupid. b5. I expected this move. This is the move that we all expected. And now the move that we can expect. 45 minutes for Nepo, but I think he might play it quickly because he wants to put pressure on Ding. Ding has to play 13 more moves after this as well. 13, 28, 29, 30 plus 10, 13 more moves in 13 minutes. So the move that I think makes a lot of sense. Actually, queen c7 I don't think makes a lot of sense because I take, You take and knight b7 defends everything. But the move that makes a lot of sense is queen b8. And I pin this, and we were talking about this actually. Bishop c7, knight e6, bishop a5. Knight d4, take cd4. And while this still remains quite, well, it's not like completely lost position for Ding, but it's a very unpleasant endgame to play. This is also weak, the d4 pawn. So I think queen b8 will just make Ding Liren's task absolutely tough. And I don't see Nepo doing anything else. I mean, this is the best. And then this is also forced because otherwise bishop c7 loses a piece. Like if you do this, and what am I doing, man? bd6 is just over. What am I? Arush Kaushik says, what about bishop c4 before b5? That was possible, Arush. Attacking the knight. And I think knight c3 would be played. And did it help you to insert the move bishop c4 and allow me knight c3? Maybe it didn't make such a huge difference because after b5 the knight has nowhere really to go. But maybe he goes knight d1, knight e3. So possible, but b5 was the logical move. Madhav Vora says, Sagar, what stopped you to become a grandmaster? There's a video on this on YouTube if you type, what stopped me from becoming a GM? And in that I mention all the things very openly. How Amruta stopped me from becoming... Okay, that's a joke in that. It's not true. Yes, Kamal Sharma says, I myself stopped myself from becoming a GM. That is true for everything in life. You are yourself your worst enemy and your best friend. Amruta will come soon, yeah, for commentary, so I have to be ready. Okay. Queen b8. Did Nepo play? Nepo played queen b8. Best move. Nepo playing it well, huh? Hey, talent to hai bande mein. Queen b8. Okay. What to do now? Tejas says Sagar's hair looking good. Guys, look at this. Not looking good. You know, it's all called window dressing. King at 7, I think forced. अब खेलना ही पड़ेगा. He played it instantly. Now think, guys. सोचो. Bishop c7 तो खेलेंगे ना. Shubh Chandra says, Sagar bhai, how is Nepo playing good and so fast? But his moves are obvious, no, guys. His moves are obvious. Bishop c7. Let's go. Attacking the knight, attacking the a5 pawn. And I am expecting Nepo to play this move also quickly. Then I'm expecting Ding to play this move quickly. Then I'm expecting Nepo to take this pawn quickly. Then I'm not expecting much. Because now, after all this has happened, White is a very healthy pawn up. And with this healthy pawn, the question is, how does Black defend? And now it's clear that you are going to lose a pawn for sure after king h7 because bishop c7 is anyway coming. Unless Nepo finds some really big errors. Like if you play queen c7, the only problem as we just saw is to take and knight b7. Defending everything. Pranav Gothe says, can Magnus be playing in the candidates in near future? Maybe, maybe. Guys, how many of you think that the format of World Championship should change? Fact Base India says, from where did you learn English? From my school. Shubh Chandra says, I wanted to change. Pranshul says yes. Shritij says yes, 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 no, yes. Actually, guys, think about it this way. Okay. Suppose you are made the FIDE president. Okay. You are the president of FIDE. And your job is to run the organization and many of you would have run organizations, many of you are planning to run. So your first thing is to make sure that wherever you are making revenue, or money is very important at the end of the day, that you should not sort of kill those things. And if you look at FIDE's, if which event would make them the most revenue, I think it would be the World Championship match, because the sponsor of an event is putting up 2 million euros, which goes to the players, but I'm sure the bid is higher. You need to bid more money, which goes to FIDE, in order to be able to conduct this event in your country. And at that point, you as the person who's running FIDE has to make a decision that if I'm changing the format, I'm actually going to start something fresh. Giving up on the heritage of the World Championship history, which started from 1892, right? When did Chigorin become the, when did Stenitz become the world champion? I think 1892 or 1880 something. So it's 135-year-old history and heritage, which is actually giving so much significance to the World Championship match that it is being bid by countries to host it. And you say, okay, I don't want this, I want to do the other way. And I don't know. Maybe, yeah, 1888, says Vinod. So, and that comes a question whether FIDE, but then the other question is, if Magnus is playing, you will anyway be able to attract sponsors, right? And you will be able to get bids from many countries like Norway or somewhere, because he's the greatest player in the world and everyone wants to see him play. But then you are giving up on a huge, because Magnus wants it to be shorter formats, perhaps different formats, change the World Championship cycle. So I think about it this way, that if I was running FIDE, or if you are running FIDE, it might not be a very easy decision to make, whether to sort of end the World Championship or not, change the format and so on. These are all complex decisions. These require a lot of thought. Nepo hasn't moved yet. He's still thinking. Arush says this might end in a draw, but I'm not sure. I don't know why Nepo is thinking so much for bishop c7, because it's forced to come here and then you win a pawn. Let's analyze this a bit deeper. Take, take. And now, let's say I play bishop b6, hitting the pawn. And a very important is that queen e5 check loses to take, take. And what's the move here, guys? What is the move? Yeah, Shaumik Banerjee, Shubhi Gupta, Panchul, Shubham, Vedant. Very good. Bishop c7. Bishop takes e5 is hanging, and then d4 would hang. So This is already winning. For so you don't give this check. You play queen d7, defending the pawn. And now, is this a winning position for white or is this not? And I think a move here could be queen a7. Because if you take here and I take here, this is already very bad because I'm actually just c3. I'm just 2 pawns up. And 2 pawns is a bit too much. So take, bishop b6, queen d7, queen a7. Kapil Raman says, can we go queen b6 in the initial position? Where after king h7, queen b6, attacking here. But then a4, Kapil, and this pawn is defended. This knight is defended. Maybe some chances to hold here. Sachin says, one thing I would like to change, all weekends should have games. Currently, there are 3 weekends with rest days or ceremonies. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I agree. I agree. I agree on that. Akash says, why not 90 minutes plus 30 seconds without 40 moves or 60 move rule? That would be pretty fast, 3.5 hours. Yes, that is possible, Akash. But again, that makes it shorter, and maybe that's what will happen very soon. That you will reduce the time in some way. Shoop says, I would recommend a format where there are 5 blitz games, 5 rapid and 5 class. I don't think so. Okay, let's go to the game of Stenitz while they are thinking, because that is something we were looking at. And so the move which was all of you had recommended was rook g7 here. I asked a lot of questions after that. So rook g7 has been pushed down, but around several of you had mentioned rook g7 as a move. So let's go here. And this is a beautiful finish. If you see rook g7, you can never take, because if you take, then c8 hangs here with the rook and then your piece down. So he must go king h8, take, and I think at this point somewhere his opponent resigned, von Bartheleben. And the thing is, if I'm not mistaken, Stenitz is sitting on the board waiting for his opponent to arrive, and von Bartheleben never comes back. King g8. The way to win this endgame would be something like this. King g8, rook g7, king f8. Okay, if king h8, there is queen h4, check, check, check. And now an important move. Yeah, this is winning, I think. Rook f, knight f7, and mate in 1. What's the mate in 1, guys? Queen d6, checkmate, right? So in this way, this was winning. But if you go check king f8, then check, and also wins, because okay, you can never take on g7, it's a check and game over. So king e8, and I can just take here with a check, game over. So this is how the game ended, and he resigned here after he took on h7, and Stenitz won. So the beautiful thing to note in this game, first game we learned how when the center is stable you can launch a flank attack. What did you learn in this game? Anyone wants to try? Anyone who can tell me what did you learn from this game of tenets? Today's game number 1. We are looking at world champion number 1, tenets. Attack and open up the center. Kritika chess. Very good. Go for the king. Beloglavi soup. Scientist Anirudh, break the center when no flank attack is there, or break the center when opponent's king is in the center. Or sometimes when the king is in the center, you can sacrifice a pawn for long-term compensation also. Back rank weakness was there, Madhav, true. Okay, let's go back to the game. I believe Nepo might have played his move here. Or not yet. Not yet. He's not played his move. King at 7 and he's thinking. Sorry, I'm back. Oh, what? He didn't play bishop D. He didn't play bishop c7. Unbelievable. He played bishop d6. Wow. Why would he not play? Guys, this is very complex. I'm a bit stunned here because Nepo could have gone here and taken this and he was pawn up, but instead he goes bishop d6, forces queen d7. What's his idea? Maybe now bishop here, but the problem is after here, you've only improved your opponent's queen. And in fact, with this queen here, black can get a lot of counterplay. I mean, just coming in here, this is already very powerful. And I am very, very surprised that Nepo has not played bishop c7. I mean, what could be the reason, guys? What could be the reason to not win this juicy pawn? I mean, I just don't understand. And in fact, there's no attack here. There's no check coming in. Maybe the only thing you could be afraid of is this trade, and then, but this looks, I don't know. Someone said c5 here, but yeah, maybe he didn't like this position. He overthought, says Srinjay Srinivas Shankar. I don't know. Panshul says, I think he's harassing the queen and then bishop c7. But, you know, in harassing the queen, you have put it on a better square. So now bishop c7 makes no sense. I guess what he wants is to win this pawn, yeah? That is his idea. That I take on c5, not bishop c7, because then that doesn't work. But bishop c5, okay, I get it. Bishop c5, if I go knight e6, you want queen d6, suppose, and you are pawn up. But what is a good move for black here, guys? Let's go for it. Black to play. What is a good move here? What is the move here that black plays? Vedant says, why would you go for a double pawn when you get an outside pawn on a5? True, that is true. And also, more importantly, here, there's a lot of counterplay that you can generate. And the move that you all have mentioned is queen d2, queen d1, and knight b7. Interesting. So these are the three moves that are there. And let's go over them very quickly to see which one is actually better. So let's say if you go queen d1, it looks very strong. But the problem with it is that I go knight c3, hitting your queen. You can win a pawn, but then you lose a piece. So you may have to come back, queen d2. And then I get to trade the queens. I'm a pawn up and I'm better. So not queen here, but queen d2. And the point is that after knight c3 in this variation, I can now play knight e6 because my queen is not hanging over here and I attack your bishop. And if you play queen d6, this time I'll take on c2 because my knight is no longer hanging. The game time right now, guys, is this one. 22 minutes for Nepo and 12 minutes for Ding. If Nepo wins today, what do you think the situation will be in upcoming rounds, says Kaushik? I think if Nepo wins today, he will be the favorite to win the match for sure, like in a big way. The next time control is coming at move 40. We are at move 29. 11 more moves to be made with no increment. 21 minutes for Jan Nepomniachtchi. 12 minutes for Ding Liren. I am thinking he would take, but actually he goes knight g3. Nepo playing some really, I mean, what kind of idea is that where you getting a pawn, he's like, lelo, pawn, lelo, and you're like, no, I won't take it. I think it's just the first round jitters, maybe. That's what I feel it is. Maybe c4, but I mean, whatever I say, after knight g3 also, White does keep an edge. This is the move Nepo has played. He's down to 21 minutes. He's putting Ding under pressure. And Ding has 11 minutes to play. Everyone, FZAMK says Liren nahi, unka naam Liren hai. You know, today we are going to put out a short on Chessbase India to tell you what his actual pronunciation is. I had asked this question to Ding before and he had mentioned how to pronounce his name. So, what about knight b7 here? Possible. I think knight b7 is possible, but it loses to a very typical idea, which traps the knight. Can you see? हर्ष पटेल सेज 4 साल से आपकी वीडियो पे कमेंट कर रहा हूं, आज आपने मेरा कमेंट पढ़ा, मेरा दिन बन गया, अब सीए इंटरमीडिएट के एग्जाम अच्छी जाएंगे। अरे क्या बात है, नाइस। ओके, बाय द वे बिशप c7 is just game over. The knight is trapped, the knight can't move anywhere, it's game over. Okay, knight e6 played by Ding. Ding goes and defends this pawn, he improves his knight. He says to Nepo, what is your plan now? And I think for Yan, it's not so simple. Chess Tricks and Traps says knight f5 may be possible, but then I think knight d4 comes in, offering a trade. And if you trade now, you are not even a pawn down, and this is very close to a draw. So yeah, knight f5, knight d4 seems, I think, defensible. Guys, this is the live board right now. Oh, he played what? He played f4. Ooh. 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 I didn't see that one. Okay, let's think about it. But first question is, guys, okay. What would you play here as black? You think about yourself, putting yourself in Ding's shoes. What is the move you would play? You know, a very good idea for all those who are very dedicated players. Take a chessboard by your side. Let's say if you have a table here next to you, put it there. Think like as if you are Ding. Put the clock. Try to think. He has 10 minutes and figure out a move. Knight d4, c4. Because this is an important moment, you know, you are threatening f5 and then picking up this pawn. You could go knight d4, bishop takes c5, knight takes c2. But then you just exchange it off pawns. Okay, what about c3? Knight b3 defends this both pawns. f4. I don't know what is his plan. How many moves left? 9 more moves to go. 10 for Ding. Has to make it in 9 minutes. Is b4 a possibility? After f4, b4? Maybe, but I was wondering if f5 or maybe c3 first, so that nd4 is impossible. Ding has 8 minutes 50 seconds now, guys, and f4 has come up on the board. One move that could be very, very strong is h5. not to underestimate this idea, because f5 met with h4. Let's say knight e2, knight to g5, or knight d4, knight g5. So f4, h5 definitely looks like a plan. The other move which I like is knight d4, because I'm hitting here, and the moment you save it, my knight nestles down here and protects these two pawns. So I think knight d4 is more human way to go. Hypernova says, I said f4 e5. Maybe I am something of a nepo myself. Possible. Possible, Hypernova. Very good. C4 says Shubh Chandra to triple the pawns. Yeah, that's also not a bad idea. Like at some point to go C4. Guys, F4. Oh, he plays H5. H5 by Ding. H5, the move that we were talking about. And now Ding plays an excellent move. And his point is, if F5, he can play this idea, which is H4. H4 is the move. So all those who mentioned this, well done. H4 is the correct move, and that is the correct answer. Chess tricks and traps. Saumik, Hypernova, Shubh, Beloglavi, Akash, Vitthal, Madhav, Harshit, Panchul. Well done. So I don't think he will go F5, but he may go knight F5, keeping that option open for the knight, so that H4 is met with knight F5. Can Nepo lose on time? I doubt. Nepo has twice the time as Ding, but Ding's last move, although he has to make 9 more moves in 7 minutes, his last move was very strong, very powerful. And I'm wondering if, let's say if I go knight F5, knight D4, yeah. He's able to trade off stuff. That's the thing. One second, guys. I'll be back in just a second, yeah. Oh, he plays C3. He tells Ding, your knight is never coming here. Okay, here's the point now. H4, knight F5. What is the only move that Ding Liren has to stay in the game? Guys, come on, let's go for it. What is the only move here that black has? Harshit, good job. Naishal, if you take on F4, then bishop F4, right? Anuj Prakash. Samhita, very good. The move here is bishop G6. The fantastic move, and actually the only move. Because if you take, I'm taking this. And all those who said moves like G5, guys, this is just too weakening. Like, look at this. You are just so weak. In fact, you're going to get checkmated soon with all my pieces here. You can't play a move like G5. But the funny thing is, instead of playing H4, Ding plays the move C4. And Ding is essentially saying to his opponent that, look, C5 was hanging, so I've pushed it to C4. Yeah, this makes sense actually, no? It does make sense. If I now play knight f5, I think bishop g6 is still very good, attacking here and here. Right, so what should white play? Can white go f5? Because knight g5, there is h4. And your knight is trapped. Wow. Guys, look at this. f5 is such a killer move. The knight can't go anywhere. If your knight goes here to d8, bishop c7 traps it. If your knight goes to f8, it just loses. If your knight can't go to c7, it's gone. It's gone. Here h4 traps the knight. Wow. The knight is just gone. So actually f5, if played, black has the only move, which is what is the move? Yes, Karthik is right. No, knight d8, bishop c7 is gone. Shashi, you are right. Draculus, you are right. Shobha, you are right. Harsh Kumar, you are right. Shashank, you are right. Soham, you are right. Baiman, you are right. Very good. h4 is the move. And now, if I take here, you take here. And then it's a draw. So, I have to move my knight. Once I move my knight, you move your knight again as well. And if I can go knight d2, and I think white is still pressing because black can go white can go bishop f4 and then later on pick this up. But look at this move by Nepo. I love this move. And what Nepo says after h4, an excellent move by the way, he played it in 3 minutes. He says that, look, now f5 is trapping your knight. Your knight has to go back to d8. Bishop c7 is trapped. And so Ding once again has to find the only move here, which is not the only, there are some more, but he finds a good move very quickly, by the way. He finds it, I think, within a few seconds. What is the move? What is the move here for black to save himself? Yes, Dimitri Saha, Arush Kaushik. Well, g6 seems like a good move, but what about f5 anyway? Because then my knight is anyway coming in. So if you take here, I take back with the pawn. The knight doesn't have good squares to go to. It has to go back to g7. But then this endgame would be quite a difficult one to play as black. So he plays the move queen d8. I think all those who said Ek Pragnya, Sangarsh Aole, queen d8, Saumik is the right move. Because now your plan is to trade off the queens. Even if he goes all out on the attack, you can take, and then knight c5. And actually in this position, it is black who starts to press. So queen d8, not an easy move to meet. I think one of the main ideas is that if you take queen d8, knight d8, bishop c7, hitting the knight and the pawn, in comes knight b7, defending the pawn. So maybe this is not winning yet, but it is definitely some pressure. I can go bishop b6. I can stop your knight from going anywhere. If you play a4 to put everything on the light squares, then I can play maybe f5, maybe king g1, king f2, king e3, like that. It could be something here. So queen d8 is a move that has put Nepo under pressure to fight. I mean, not in terms of the game situation. He's clearly better. But if he wants to win, he needs to sort of start playing with more purpose. Queen d8 is a nice move. Nice move by Ding. He's asked a very straightforward question to Nepo. And also, I think Nepo can't keep the queens now. Because if he moves it here, he's losing the bishop. So he needs to keep those two pieces together. But how does he do that? I think he must take. And we need to look at this position a little more deeply. And I think this is where Nepo's assessment skills might have come to good use. That he thinks that this is better for him. I think f5 maybe, yeah? Just dominating the knight. f5. And then later on I can bring my king like this. Ding has 6 minutes. He has to make 7 moves more. No guys, this might not be a draw. Don't just consider that all games of the World Championship end in draws. Think more. Try to figure out. There might be ways to continue this game. Take on d8, knight d8, f5 must be something that should be thought of. Or bishop e7. If knight e6, yeah, maybe bishop e7 ki jagah f5 looks better. f5, knight b7, bishop e7, bishop e8. Oh, he goes queen b7. What? I was saying that you can't play queen b7. But his point is, if you take the bishop, what does he want? I mean, you guys can see it, right? What does he want? Of course, queen takes f7 with a completely winning position. Because if you take here, e6 is hanging. And if you take here, knight f5 is game over. Attacking the queen and g7. There's no disco because queen will be hanging. So queen b7. In came bishop e8. Good defensive move by Ding. And now knight jumps to f5. There's no mate in 1 yet because the knight is defending it. Guys, this is getting very, very intense with the last 5 moves left before time. Okay, let me think. A natural move is queen d7. Queen takes, bishop takes. Yeah. This is defended, yeah, the position. No big deal. Defended. So knight f5. I mean, the first move that came to my mind was queen d7, so I'm sure Ding will think about it. What else? Yeah, plays queen d7. So the time control is 40 moves you have to make in 2 hours. Once you make it, you get 1 more hour for 20 more moves. Once that is done, you get 15 minutes for the rest of the game. I think that is how the time control is. And from 60 moves onwards, you get 30-second increment per move also. Like every move you make, you get 30 seconds more. But till move 60, there is no increment. I think Ding somehow is saving this game now. Although if you notice carefully, After queen b8, you will see that all the pieces of black are quite tied up. You know, it's not so easy to move. What move do you play? Like, let's say I play a4. But then for white also, what is the way into which to make progress? Do you move the bishop? You move the knight? You can bring your king. Could be. No, this game, I think Nepo has lost the thread. I believe he made some very... I think there was this moment where he could have played bishop c7 here directly and it would have been amazing, but he didn't go for it. He played bishop d6. Then he realized that, oh, if I play bishop takes c5 here, then queen d2 is coming in. So he then gave up that idea. And so he played knight g3, but then knight e6 defends the pawn. h5 was a brilliant move found. And then c4, h4, queen d8, f5, sorry, queen d8. Nepo is still playing like as if he's going to win this, but knight f5 here. No, not a4. Queen d8 was played. Yeah, now it might end in a draw. JS grip. I think so. It might not be so easy to convert this, but let's stick till move 40. 3 minutes and 4 moves to make for Ding. 8 minutes and 4 moves to make for Nepo. No, 14 games total. And here's a very interesting idea. If you are into playing long games, how about pushing a4 here? The idea is that if you take, I mean, all your pawns are very weak. Otherwise, I've fixed this as a weakness and I want to go and attack it. Bluff Master says, I still think there's a slight chance for white to play for a win. Possible. The score is 0-0 right now, guys. All those who are joining in, this is the first game of the World Championship match 2023. And it has been quite an intense game with Nepo pushing very well, but Ding defending like a champion, not letting Nepo off the hook. This is exactly the kind of result that Ding needed to boost his confidence and to feel at home in this new environment at the World Championship match. As you can see, this is the playing venue that they have for all those who are tuning in right now. This was we have Vishy Anand commentating on the FIDE official channel. Did you guys follow it? Nepo is the one of the finalists. Ding is one of the finalists. Nepo is the other one, and they both have different chairs to sit on during their match. What about Queen A7, says Kaushik S. Kaushik, let's look at Queen A7, but my feeling is that after Queen A7, I can just push A4. We have a question by Animesh Tiwari who says, can you please provide us the analysis before Queen B7? So Animesh is asking about Queen B8, king h7 here. Instead of queen b7, queen d8, knight d8, knight e2. I prefer this, he says, Animesh, because in the future we could have f5 and knight d4. Possible, very possible. And I think could have been a nice way to play also. But I think he wanted to keep the queens. But finally the queens have come off the board. Yeah, and now we are on move 37. 3 more moves to make. Knight d8 has happened. And now knight d4 played by Nepo. 3 more moves to make for Ding with 3 minutes left. I think it should not be a big trouble. Just make some moves, random moves, and it should be fine. But also, maybe you can think, like, let's say knight here. Bishop is almost trapped. King g6. Yeah, this is still equal. He played knight b7. Oh, he played 38 moves done. Guys, Amruta had a very interesting idea, and tell me if it is worth doing it for tomorrow. That whatever is the opening played, we can do some kind of a thematic one game that we all play on Lichess or somewhere from that opening with each other to understand it better. What do you think? e5. Oh, Rajabo is streaming, yeah? Guys, please do check him out, Raja, and if you can just tell him that you will support him and that he should stream more. That would be a big motivation. You know, when top players give their time to streaming, they often hope that people would come and watch them. And when you do, it inspires them, and it in general helps because you are able to learn many things. Okay, e5 played, and now I mean, taking here is just maybe suicidal, because bishop d7, I have f5 followed by knight e6 to c5, which wins the game. My king is also not on time, I think. So maybe king g3 is better. King g8, king g3, king f7, king f4. Yeah, this is winning, because now you are running out of moves, and let's say I go c5, knight e2, knight g3, attacking here. The knight is just too strong. So you can't take on d6. He goes king g8. Penultimate move before time pressure, on the time control. With 53 seconds, Ding has to make only one more move. And Nepo has to find a way to put some pressure in a way that his opponent blunders. Somehow he goes king g3, and now Ding can play multiple moves. He can go bishop d7, but I think if he can bring his king as well, king f7, then possible to play that way. Yeah, king f7 might be last move before time trouble. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. He goes bishop d7. Good move. Well defended. And one more hour will be added to both the players' clock. One hour. Anonymous says Hikaru match getting more watching, but this world championship match really. No, I don't think it's about promotion. It's also about the fact that Hikaru streams every day and he's more popular as a player. Like yesterday, Rajaba was talking about how Hikaru playing the candidates. Everyone was coming to meet him like a rock star. So I don't think there's any comparison there. How about e6 now? Well, if you play e6, there is bishop takes e6, knight e6, knight d6. And we have a guest joining in all the way from the bedroom. Hello, Amruta Mokal. How are you?
Hi Sagar, I'm excellent. R40 moves over.
Yes.
Because I heard
Yes.
something.
Yes.
Oh my god, what's the thumbnail here which we are having? Nepo versus Ding. It looks like a big, fight.
Yeah.
Like the sword fight. I mean, something like a physical fight.
Yeah, that on his eyes it looks interesting. Some new effect.
By the way, hi everyone in the chat. What's up, Sagar? Today you have been asking a lot of questions, it seems. That
Yeah.
was the plan. And how are everybody doing? They remember chess?
Yeah, they
They're
are
finding good moves?
very strong, very strong. We also learned couple of games of Stenitz, who is the
Okay.
first world champion.
Hmm.
And then I was telling them about the world champions. So a lot of discussions, lot of chess, lot of everything.
And Pranjay Jaiswal says, Sagar, Dawn commentary, please. They remember last year in World Championship, you had started the Dawn commentary.
Yeah, I will try to
That's an amazing,
analyze the game in Dawn style.
Okay, so what's the current evaluation? The bar says equal, but anything according to you gives some practical advantage?
No, I think Nepo really missed it in the game.
Oh, Nepo missed it.
Yeah, because from the opening he was slightly better. Oh, by the no. So here, just for your knowledge,
Okay.
he had this small edge, and then this was a big mistake, I think.
C6. Because
Yeah,
he weakened the d6 square. Is that the reason?
yeah, and also now a very strong move, queen f4, because the idea is to go queen b8, attack this pin here, and bring the bishop here and start to.
Hey, actually, this looks really good. How did Ding manage to come out of this problem?
Yeah, and here bishop c7 is what I thought, like he should have played, attacking this, and then you must go here, and then white is a pawn up, and it seems very difficult to hold this. But he actually went bishop d6, and this allowed, because now if you take c5, there is queen d2 getting counterplay.
Yes.
So he, I think, changed his mind to knight g3, but then knight e6 defends c5, f4 threatening f5, but he goes h5 threatening h4, and then c3 stopping knight d4, c4, h4 threatening f5 now to trap the knight, because the knight won't have this square, this square, this square, has to go to d8, and bishop c7 traps it. But queen d8, fantastic move. Here bishop e8, fantastic move, and then putting the queen for exchange, and now finally
yeah, after queen exchange, definitely
after all
black
this,
has
it's
better
a draw.
chances to. Yeah, I mean the first game, it has been a fight. That's the first good news for all of us, right?
Yeah.
In that sense.
Yeah, I mean both players are big fighters. That is always there, Amrita. Especially Ding loves to fight, and Nepo feels like he is the one who's meant to be the world champion.
Absolutely.
So Amrita, can you take over and I can take some break?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, definitely. The temperature is very hot over here. Can you change later?
Yeah.
While you are going on that. And tell me something about chat also before you leave. What, who all were there and what was happening?
Chat has been very nice. They have been like, I've been using this, Amrita, here. If you look here, this is the chessboard.
Okay.
And I showed them this famous game where you sacrifice a pawn and play of Stenitz. And they can follow the games here.
Yeah.
So this way, and that was one thing which we did. And
where were the chat moves?
These two.
Wow, so many different answers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we look at one more game?
From of Stenitz?
Yeah, Stenitz, because today is the first game and we were looking at the game. No, no, I want to show one position to the chat, and this is my favorite. Can I
Where did you
show?
bring the excitement right now?
Can I show?
No,
Please,
no.
please.
Yes.
Can I show?
Yes, Sagar, of course, chat must see whatever you want to show.
Okay, so the position, I'll try to set it up.
Please give some positions to do.
Arey, that boy is asking for all the time positions.
Oh, that is amazing in that sense. You
No,
should
no,
go to
no.
Chess Ranga, by the way. We have a lot of points also and a lot of positions. Pokemane asks, Amrita Tai, do you like Puran Poli? Yes, I love Puran Poli. I think this question doesn't go with the World Championship, but अपने chat में कुछ भी चलते रहता है तो चलेगा. Oh, Sherlock Ram says I studied this game in Arthur Yusuphov's book. Which game? The one maybe you have.
Stenitz versus von Bart the Leben.
Yeah. Poonam asks, what was that joke on April 1? Yes, on April 1, we had a lot of April Fool, guys. I hope all of you got fooled, especially for that day. Otherwise, we all know that you are not fools. Where is Samay? Not sure. Must be doing his shows. Oh, Poonam says I scored 6 out of 10 in Delhi Open this year. It was my second FIDE rated tournament. My rating is 1324 before Delhi Open.
Wow, guys, please
Oh, that
wait.
is cool.
Don't go away anywhere.
Oh, hi
Amruta.
Sachin. Hi, being brilliant. What? Don't go away anywhere because?
Amruta. No, Amruta, keep talking.
Ah, okay, keep talking. Wow, he might be the first husband in this world who says to his wife, keep talking.
No, Amruta. Okay, while now Nepo is thinking and maybe the game might end in a draw,
Okay.
here is one position for everyone. White to play. What do you do? And let me tell you some very big knowledge, advice. Let me give you very important pearls of wisdom that when in your life you want to make progress and when you have a lot of things and your hands are full, you are unable to get something more because your hands are full. So you must give up some things so that you can get new things. Akshay Mohan, calculate carefully. Don't just.
Oh, did you not just show me this a day or 2 days ago? Wow. That was
No one got it,
brilliant.
yes?
That is brilliant. Guys, this is the position Sagar has found where if you find it, you also find happiness. So the question is, do you want to find the answer or do you want to find happiness?
Mr. Unknown says H4. Go, Harry.
I like your confidence, Mr. Harry.
Purna Maleshwar Reddy. Give the full line. So everyone has actually found, like, imagine, guys. This, okay? Try to imagine
That
it.
says worst hint ever, which I gave. No, it's truly,
Amrita,
truly you will feel happy.
Imagine
Yeah.
that I remove this knight. Okay, this is the position without the knight, guys. Then comes bishop a5 and queen is trapped.
Yeah, some people found the idea by saying knight takes d5 and bishop a5.
But
they missed something.
The main thing is that here, when you play anything else with knight here, knight d5, let's say, you take here and play bishop a5, suddenly the queen can go here.
Yeah.
So you actually didn't just clear the path for your piece, but also for the opponent's piece. Those who said knight e4, I mean, I can just go back to the queen d8. I can also think of taking here. Bishop a5, take, d. And maybe
Three
this is also
pieces,
possible.
yeah. Why not?
So the move is knight a4. Did people find, Amruta?
Knight a4, yeah, Anuj Prakash found. Anuj Prakash, yeah, he's the one right now.
But
Shobha
now
Saini also found.
I go
That's
queen,
nice.
Amruta, I go
Naman
queen
Jain,
d8.
Prahlad Sen.
Queen d8. And now the question to the chat. What do you do? White to play again.
Oops.
Guys, white to play.
What does this heart do over here?
It's a waste of space.
Exactly, and it's at such a bad, placement.
Yeah. Look at our chat
Oh,
now.
yes,
Everyone's
yes,
becoming
yes.
a top player and are able to spot this tactic. Knight to b6. Brilliant job. Bye.
Absolutely. Sania Tadavi, Sherlock Ram, Jeho GM, Jess with Akashdeep, Saumik Banerjee, Akash Kadnor, Mudit, Harilal, Idli Vishwanath, and Karthik. It is definitely a move where everybody, all of you who found it, felt happy. Didn't you? Tell me in
So
the
the
chat.
thing is, if you take here, you lose the rook. So you need to take with the queen. But now, without disturbing anything, you got the same position without the knight and bishop a5. And that is why I say that in life, you must be ready to give up things if you want more things. So
Yeah.
Amruta, when are you leaving?
Except for, there is a disclaimer there, except for your spouses.
Yeah, I mean, in general, material things, not relationships.
Okay. That is the thing.
Yeah.
So then what were you asking? What am I ready to give up?
Isn't this a great
Yeah,
position?
this is such a beautiful position. I loved it. And when you had given me 1 or 2 days ago, maybe 2 days ago, and right now you gave me, it's not like I immediately remembered the answer. But the same question, if the knight is not there, then you find it. Sachin says, I found knight a4 but stopped after queen d8. In the real game, no one tells you there is something. So that's a challenge.
Yes.
Yes, Sachin. That's so true.
And by the way, a move has been played, Amruta. Bishop c7. Earlier, we used to say, like, when good move has been played, we used to have. Now, only a move being made is exciting. That is the pace at which this event is.
Okay.
But bishop c7, the idea is to keep this under pressure. But I think, Amruta, after king f7, what is it that Nepo is actually fighting for? I mean, Ding seems to have equalized.
Unless Nepo is able to create a passed pawn on the king side, because there he has kind of a majority now because of the double pawns on c.
Yes, but because his pawns are like this and bishop is controlling this majority cannot move easily.
That is true. By the way, Saumik says that was Tenets versus Augustus.
No, not that. He's saying that shows Tenets versus
Acha,
Mongredien.
that is a great
It's
game.
a great game.
Do you not need some break, Sagar?
Because you have come, I feel like streaming is easier.
Okay,
because
cool.
you are talking with the
So
chat.
should I get
and
anything like what to say?
No, you can talk with the
Dry
chat.
fruits, water.
No, you can talk with the chat and
Okay.
you know, like you are great.
Okay, thank you, Sagar. But yes, I am reading the chat.
Yeah, this was a very complicated game amongst Tenets members.
Guys, all of you who were there, who were following last year when we were in Dubai as well, and some of the videos and all, there is one thing you will remember that Sagar is definitely going to miss this time. Sagar, what is that thing, that weird thing which you made it so popular in the last
I think
World
Tanya made
Championship?
it, right?
What?
Batata ka sabzi.
Oh, that was another weird thing. Okay, but there was one more. For Chess-Based India clips, I think people would know.
Dawn, right?
Oh, that was of course there.
Dawn
That
and
was not weird because that was chess, but yeah. Don't you remember on the station?
Juice, orange juice.
Orange juice. Oh, you must be missing that, no? Completely?
Yeah.
Completely. Sagar, are you going to Kazakhstan?
Not yet.
Well, not as of now.
Cannot
But
go.
who knows, anytime a free ticket pops up and you're taking the plane.
Yeah, because there's no visa. There's no visa. So if someone tells
Oh,
me
but
come,
wait, in 90 days, you've gone once, right? For 1 week.
now it's
World
more than
Rank.
90,
No,
right?
it's more than, yeah, it doesn't even matter anything.
Okay, by the way, knight c5 played and he gave up the pawn, Amruta.
Can I try to analyze this a bit? And you're constantly pulling my hair. By the way, guys, how do you like Sagar's shirt today?
3 likes left for 1000 likes, guys. Please like कर दीजिए.
Jaldi. Oh, I have myself not liked this film yet.
Like करो जनता. And tonight is also Gukesh finals at 11:30
Oh, he's
at
playing with?
Armageddon. He's playing with the winner of Nodirbek and Kramnik.
Okay. So Sagar, bishop a5, the pawn has been taken. It is black's move. Are you asking them like what to play or something to analyze as well? If Chessbox says we want World Championship in India to popularize chess more. Oh, that will happen because we are soon going to get some of our guys winning the candidates in the coming years. Someone special says Sagar's shirt is as colorful as himself. And that's such a nice compliment. 1K likes. Yay, thank you. Awesome. That's so cool. Sagar, it's a natural move, no? With black, you are in endgame. You have lost your pawn. Right now, you would love your king to be a piece in the endgame.
No, I don't want to look. I want to play knight d3 and get back my pawn.
Ah, you want to win the pawn. But it's not a very good move. It's all sharp, you can say. It's a sharp endgame here.
Okay.
Because
okay, can we ask our chat why
yes.
this is not a good move?
Do we want to clear the moves?
Yeah. You can just do like this, click this.
Okay.
Then minimize this, like click here. Once, minimize this and then clear this.
Got it.
Mr. Mike says, I've heard that you guys are hiring a full stack developer. Yes.
You heard it right.
That is the link that I've pinned. So if anyone wants to apply for it, please do so from the link in the pinned message. We would like to work with full-time full stack developer because we have many projects that are going on and we are in need of that, and we are in need of someone who's good at tech as well as good at chess and loves chess and loves the work that we do and our vision of taking chess to more and more people and making it the most popular sport.
Absolutely.
Did people find the move?
People, yes, many of them have found a move, by the way.
Acha.
They're alert. So Sagar, that move, because it falls in checks, captures and threats, I think they were alert.
E6, brilliant work, guys.
Okay, but if bishop e8, I mean, looks forced if you want to defend a c6 pawn. In that case, what's your deal? What's your deal?
Knight f5. Idea knight d6.
Is the bishop trapped? Oh yeah, bishop g6 f5. That bishop is getting shut.
King f8.
down.
I have a
check. Yeah.
Check. No, maybe
bishop
here, threatening e7 and then knight d6. Oof.
Okay, what we clearly understand is white's pieces are very active and that passed pawn can really cause trouble. That is true.
But look at Ding.
But he was right. He followed a simple principle. Bring your last piece. Make your last piece active.
But king f7 is such a cool move.
Now it stopped e6 and he's threatening knight d3.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, White has to think what he must do. How much time, by the way, did Ding take?
Very quickly.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you take some break if you're tired, if you want to. By the way, Tulika Das says 9 years since I played the tournament. We had a group. We used to practice a lot and I gained some ideas from them, but I lack theoretical side of the game. 1650 is my rating.
You know,
1 second. Huh.
Amruta,
Yeah.
I've started this new thing that one person a week or one person a few days, I'm helping to get better. So
Okay.
maybe Tulika, you can send your online ID, leechess or chess.com, wherever you're playing, to chessbaseindia@gmail.com, and I'll try to look at your games and suggest some improvement.
Yeah. How can I start again? That was the.
Oh, you
By
want to start again? Then I don't know.
No,
But if you
1650. Acha, how can I start again? Maybe we can just guide so that you can play and then after playing, maybe later.
Yeah, you can
She can
play a few games online on chess.com or leechess, and then you can send those games and then that can be analyzed.
Anytime you want to start again, I think it's a simple, clear rule. Just start. Why wait? Yeah, Sagar. देर किस बात की?
वही तो तुमको बहुत बार मैंने बताया है, तुम
क्या?
तुम तो सुनती
हाँ,
नहीं हो.
ये बात बराबर है. And let's so that is the interpersonal things, guys. Later. Oh, Sachin Ranade upgraded membership to Pillar of Indian Chess. Oh, thank you, Sachin.
Thank you, Sachin. By the way, Sachin said, Amruta,
Huh?
that his daughter,
Yes.
who's Arya, who's 19 months old, actually can now recognize chess pieces thanks to Chesspa book.
Oh, wow, that is
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
I would have loved to take her interview, but I guess she is still learning to.
Maybe you can send us her video, Sachin.
The youngest. Who would be the youngest person we have interviewed? Maybe that guy, right? 2.5 years old, who was arranging the chess pieces in Delhi, I think Nikhilesh had done.
Yeah.
Maybe.
By the way, Akash says we might get new India #1 in June. Gukesh is playing Menorca, Sigaman, Sharjah, Norway. Average rating required 6.25 per tournament to be #1.
Oh,
Good.
nice
Good analysis.
statistics.
No.
Nice
Akash
following.
does good. By the way, Akash,
Yeah.
your statistic of Pranav entering top 20 maybe did not materialize because he lost yesterday to Alexander Fier. But yeah, that was good. But the thing is, Gukesh is at such a high rating right now, 2730, that to gain 6 elo points in such tournaments means he has to win them. All of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, like Menorca is taking a big risk there because he's the top seed. So if he even finishes second, he might lose like 3-4 points.
But still, that is the best part of Gukesh. Yeah, he really has this risk-taking ability.
Yes.
Offline also.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, Pranav says, I'm a full stack developer, but I'm currently in third year. Is there any option of intern? Why don't you write to us? Or why don't you fill that form? That would be really good.
Yeah. I mean, we are, for us, more important than degree is the ability to work. So,
Kamal Sharma says, Sagar bhai, any plan for defense master class? How to defend like grandmaster? How to defend like grandmaster? How to attack like grandmaster? Where everybody is generally interested. This is a very rare.
How to attack is by
question.
Gukesh.
I know.
Coming
Oh,
soon.
was it not a
Coming
secret?
soon. In 5 days.
Oh, guys, that is going to be.
No, in 5, maybe more. But in this World Championship match, when it's going on, it'll come. Guys, maza aayega. And when you are talking about defense, there is a book called Practical Chess Defense. वो book
Lovely
अच्छा है.
book.
बहुत अच्छा है.
Amazing book. It is like a book which can also say killing your ego, because you'll solve the position. You're like, I found it. And then it's like, no, dude, you've not yet found it. So after a few positions, you will realize. And then you'll be more open to new perspectives, that is opponent's ideas.
Senthil says, why not knight d3? Senthil, I think knight d3 must be played. But maybe Ding is calculating an intermezzo with knight fe5, or he is also calculating knight a4 because that also does the same job. But yeah, I think fe5 seems more accurate as well, because if bishop c5, you have e d4, and if you play fe knight d3, this is hanging. This is hanging, e6 is there. I think that is the calculation mainly. Knight c6, and now not to take here. Okay, I'll ask the chat why not to take here. Oh, actually you can take, huh? Ah, now you can take.
Why? Otherwise, what were you
When the
saying?
pawn was on e5 and f6, you couldn't take because of check and you lose the bishop. But now if you check, I have king
Oh,
f6.
yeah, right. But what if you play knight d4, bishop d7 goes back and defends?
Yeah.
Nandini says, I'm 11 years old. I want to learn Sicilian Khan. Please help me, ma'am.
Did you
have some
watch the
amazing-
first 3 videos? I think 2 or 3. Amrita, how many have you done? 3.
Maybe 2, maybe 3.
2.
I also don't remember. It was a long back ago. Maybe time to move on from Sicilian Khan. Nandini.
No, why?
Because top players are not playing.
No, that's fine.
That's fine, yeah. Ding can play knight e4 check and c5 is coming. Okay, he's suggesting knight e4 right now. If king, let's say, goes to f3, then c5. Ooh, that's a blunder. Okay, of course that's a blunder. Because you lose the knight and you lose a pawn here. Yeah, anything could be fine. So if king f3 was not attacking your knight, yes, then could be considered. But guys, in such a position, okay, the question to you is, a move like, firstly he will need to defend, knight d3. Sagar, for knight d3, okay?
Yeah.
One question to you. Because
E6.
the engine suggests e6. But
Yeah.
aren't you just giving up a
C6
pawn?
is hanging, no?
Oh, you want to take this pawn. And
Yeah.
then you want...
And now b2 is hanging. So now you play knight.
B2?
No, don't take. Don't take because of, let's ask the chat.
Ah, okay. The same thing which you had mentioned. Got it. Sentilar asks, is this one going to be a draw because of opposite colored bishops?
Very likely.
Akash says Pranav has already gained 9.2 in Reykjavik. So he is already in top 20 juniors.
Oh.
After winning today's first round, Pranav is already 2571.4.
But then why have they not updated in 2700 chess? Maybe you are not at fault.
Yeah, or maybe they would have updated in between right now. Aaj he bhi hua rahega by chance. Someone says, please suggest an opening against e4 for 1500 rated online rapid player, as Sicilian has too many variations and I found e4, e5 boring. Oh, Scandinavian could be one interesting variation.
Or Karokan.
Karokan. But based on if he found e4, e5 boring, I think you will also find Karokan boring.
Look at the number of people. There's no wrong answer, Amruta.
What?
All correct answers only. Brilliant job done by
100% results by Sentil, Madhav, Vora, Ritesh Agarwal, Swastik Sahu, Kal L, Hypernova, Harsh Kumar, Kritika Chess, Thaya, Akshat Agarwal, Akshat Jaiswal, Thaya. Who do you guys think will win? This one should practically end in a draw, but if anybody has a chance, I think, or we all think, it will be Nepo. Until the, e5 pawn is there and some tactical ideas exist on the board. Vinayaka Ramakrishnan says, Sagar, I'm 14 years old boy and I'm having 1200 elo. How can I start my journey in chess? Please answer the question. But you've started a journey in chess, no?
Yeah,
Because he's 1200 already.
just
So,
play, and
yeah,
then
play and
analyze.
yeah. At the end of every game, no matter what, if you do not ask yourself, where did I go wrong? Where did my opponent make a mistake? If you are not curious to understand that, then yeah, then you just like to play for fun. But if you really are serious and want to improve, then you would not go ahead without first getting to know the thing.
Amruta, can we look at the game of Stenitz versus Mongradian?
Yes, of course.
Or do you think that the game, because this game, so this
So maybe
game
chat has to. What? Why can't we do this? We can have two boards.
is there too.
Then perfect. Is the chat happy?
Because guys, this is a ideal way to learn also chess.
Yeah, I think it is like perfect for Legend RR3 also. No, maybe for everybody. Sagar, I am 14 years old boy and I am having 2000 elo and currently stuck at 2000. How do I increase my rating to 2100? Please answer the question. Well, he's very precise. He's at 2000. He wants to increase 100 points. 100 endgame you must solve. No, 100 endgames you must know. There's definitely one book which will give you 10 points.
Yeah.
Pump up your rating will give you another 20 points. So let's say we are at 30. We're talking about 70 points. Wait, let me suggest more. Jakob Agard book, maybe pick any of them. Maybe Thinking Inside the Box. That will give you another 30 points. 60 we are at. 40 points ka sawal hai. We will figure it out. Figure it out.
Amruta, the funny thing is you told about Scandinavian and it happened.
Oh, no, because I was a Sicilian Khan player, right? And for me, when I had to surprise my opponents, I used to play Scandinavian.
Okay, so
It
knight
worked well.
c3 going back. Better is to go to a5 or d6, but he went back. And white just developed all the pieces. Bishop
Oh,
e3
bishop
I don't
e3,
like.
bishop e3. Simple. Nothing special he did. Amazing. He took e takes d5, yeah? Oh. Oh, sack. There is going to be a sack soon.
And now he played g4, fg4. And now what is the move that was played here for white?
Already you have to calculate so many candidate moves, no? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Amruta, rook takes h7. Did anyone say? Amruta,
Sorry. Yeah, what? Rook takes?
h7.
Yes. Yes. Ritesh Agarwal, scientist Aniruddha, Saumik Banerjee, Senthil, Saumik Banerjee, Pranshu, Ravish.
So rook h7, knight e5. If king takes h7, you have queen g4. g6 is hanging. Can't do much here. Check. King h1, rook g1 coming up. So knight e5, fe5. King h7.
Queen g4.
Queen
now.
g4.
Queen g6, queen h7 is a mate threat in two moves.
Yeah.
Why can't
So
we take it
rook
out?
g8. Check. 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 Check.
Straight.
Queen e6. Rook g7. Bishop g5. Well, he's rook down, but look at the rook on a8 and bishop on b7. They are not playing at all.
Bishop. Yeah.
So here is a question to our chat. After bishop c8, check, king here, what is the winning move for white to play?
Oh, it's a simple question, no?
Yes, but it's a stylish move. You should try to finish it in style.
Oh, it's a stylish move. Oh, that one. Okay, got it. Ritik says, Sagar sir, I'm playing a tournament after 5 years, 10 days remaining. How should I practice? Please response. Sure.
Uh, Solve some positions which are not like just think. Yesterday I was at the club. By the way, here Queen G6 is correct by
Yeah,
Senthil, Ritesh, Shobha, Scientist, Ravish, Santosh, Kritika, Legend, Saumik, and Abhinav.
amazing.
In the game, Queen D7 was played, and even there, take, King D8, check, doesn't have any move, Queen E8, mate. So, Amruta, what
Oh,
Stenitz did really well often was he would, once his center was very solid, like here, he would be not afraid of launching a flank attack.
hmm. Because he didn't do anything simple, right? Until here, he just developed his pieces. Then he played f4, then g4. The rook on a1 never needed to come in the game.
Yeah.
Very nice game.
Yeah, this is a famous game of Stenitz versus Mongri Dhyan. And whoever said it, thank you so much. By the way, Amruta, this happened. Bishop b4.
Yeah. What did he play for bishop b4?
I believe knight d3.
Oh, e6. That e6, bishop e6.
Yeah, he played knight d3. e6 takes knight c6. And now he's gone back bishop d7.
Maybe he'll go back knight d4. Yeah. Now the threat is f5, I think. Because if you get f5, the king on f7 doesn't look so good. Because he doesn't have e7 square, e6
He
square.
just took it.
Oh. But he's allowing f5?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if the king is so bad because you don't have this, this. Or do you plan to play g6 break in the future?
Maybe not, but how will you break through?
After f5, what is your move first? Like if you play g6 right away.
I can, but I will come back knight d3.
Ah, okay. But if you play g6 right away, then these two are little weaknesses. Don't forget that. And if you come back knight d3.
No g6. Yeah.
By the way, do you intend to take this guy here?
Not here, not really right now, but maybe.
Okay. If you go here, my king also cannot come here. Let me start with king f3. Yep.
Knight b4, let's try.
Take?
So that my
Of course,
king has
I
space.
will have
King
to take
e7.
this first. King e4.
King d6.
And you stop this firstly. And then this g7, if this knight can attack.
So g3, let's say.
I would rather keep this move in hand, right? Oh no, I will need to, because otherwise, if I have to move the knight, this should be protected.
Now if I move my bishop away.
Oh, by the way, what is this endgame? To everybody, the question: what is this endgame if you take here?
Sure.
Draw? Sure.
Yeah, I'll just keep moving c6, d6, c6, d6. You have no way to enter.
Okay, that's true. So for black, then Ding will definitely just give a check and you
King
have no
f4.
progress.
Now threatening knight e6. So bd7 forced.
Or bd5.
No, knight b5 is hanging.
Oh yeah.
So
Okay.
bd7.
So then this bishop remains here is very important. Oh,
Yeah.
something happened.
Oh, he played king f3. Here, king f3 has happened.
Okay, we might reach there.
I think f5 would be good, no? He didn't push f5.
Oh, he didn't push f5 at all. Then black has a choice of f5. Correct. Yeah, it's a draw, but I think they will fight till the end because An important game. Legend RR3 says, I'm a 14-year-old and came third in under 18 boys this month. Is it impressive considering I'm only 14 years old? 2000 elo rated.
Yes,
And
it
the
is.
youngest player for that age group. Please respond, sir.
Yes, it is. Please continue working hard and try to improve further. It's very impressive, but there is nothing to be, you should not rest on your laurels. You should keep working and keep improving. That is very important.
Vinayak Ramakrishna says, and I also want to gain knowledge in chess. So, which book I should start reading? By the way, I watch your every explanations of the game, which are absolutely amazing. Please answer. Oh, that is cool. I will definitely tell Sagar again when he comes back. Okay, I think Legend and Vinayak have sent the same messages a number of times. Guys, got your message, so I'll definitely read it once Sagar comes back. I think Ritik Sagar did mention to solve a lot of positions, and that is how, especially if we have not been in touch with chess, we do before a tournament. The most important thing is to solve tactics, very simple tactics and difficult tactics both, but it is very important because when in time pressure, otherwise blunders are going to happen just by not being in touch with chess. So do that before you study something which is like only games, and rest of it is okay, but the major part is solving tactics. Right now Ding has 35 minutes and Nepo has 45 minutes, and they have to make 60 moves, so that is only 13 more moves to get additional time. Hard Cricket has asked why is Ding underdog here? Only because of bad Viken Z or any other reasons? No, I'm not ignoring your question. There is, you had said Sagar sir and he's not here. So once he comes, he will answer. But majorly because Nepo is now already has already experienced a world championship. He has been a challenger. That definitely makes it like that. Soumya Agarwal asks which Indian could possibly make into candidates 2024. Okay, 2024. That's a tough question. Maybe it's a very good question for the chat as well. Abhinav Dubey, please tell me what is the rating. He has asked me. It might be, actually I have not checked it. I keep forgetting numbers and names. That's my problem. So might be something like 20. About 2070, something like that. And my highest live rating would be 2199 point something. Yeah. So yeah, can we look at a completely different thing, which is if black goes f5 and stops white's f5, how is it going to be easier for him to defend than the structure with white's pawn on f5 and his pawn on f6? That is a question in my mind. So let's say if black goes f5 over here and you would like to get your king further here, wanting to take it to d4. What about this position? Going knight d3. Because if you land up in this knight versus bishop, okay, just for the sake of understanding, if knight d3, let's just say g3. And now, if you take this bishop, ab, naturally the knight is a good knight. And this bishop is a bad bishop. Yet, the position is still very equal because of because this king is not getting any entry. And they are fighting for the same square. Like the knight would love to be on d4. The king would also love to be on d4. So they are fighting for the same square. Even if we want to check a little further, let's say we want to maneuver the knight here and get the king on d4. But then what next? These two together you cannot attack. This pawn is on g7, that is important. Because let's say he goes g6, this might be a big mistake. Oh, still things are in control. It is a very surprising thing. Things are staying in control. So even this position where black is having this bad bishop, white is having such a wonderful knight, even this position is a draw. फिर तो क्या ही chance है इधर. So yeah, I think f5 in that case looks like the simplest way to continue sooner or later. Oh, okay, got it, Akash. Vinayak says, this year I'm having boards, but how to be focused in both? I don't want to leave chess at any cost for at least 1 year. Vinayak, it all depends on what your expectations are from yourself for the boards, basically. Because if you are a good planner, if you're focusing on two things, even two things, you can really excel that way. But if you want to do boards, if you want to do classes for your boards, then if you want to also focus a lot on chess, all of it becomes a lot. So for all of us in boards, let's say we would be happy with some random number, which is like maybe 75, 80, those kind of percentage. So 1 month before the board exams would be enough to study, and rest of the time there used to be tournaments. So we used to be traveling, we used to miss the classes. But you can grasp things if, because the one ability which we have is to be able to focus and to sit and to be dedicated. So I think you can definitely manage, unless you really want to top the boards. Then I would be a bad person to give advice, because I don't know how to do that. Joy Datta, member for 27 months. Oh, hello, 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 hello. What's up, Joy? After a long, very long time. It's nice, yeah, all of us are coming together again. It's like 2020, 2021. By the way, a move has happened, and as Sagar says, that's a cool thing because it's a very long game. So, knight d3 was played by Ding. He did not go for the committal move of f5, he went knight d3, and right now Nepo can still go f5. He could go king e4. These two seem very natural moves to me. The position in general is equal for now. So Sentinel gives a variation. f5, king f3, king e7. That was from black. Please explain. What was the question, Sentinel? f5. At which point? Oh, did you ask over here? f5, king f3. No, Sentinel, I think you will have to tell me at which position. And Nepo plays g3. Going steady, not committing again. Both the guys are not at all committing anything right now. It's all cool and calm. Joy says, आप long stream भी नहीं करते हो ना? Miss those days. Everybody got busy post COVID. Always great to be back. Yeah, that is so true. Like everything just opened up. I think also the fears from the minds were gone about COVID. COVID became suddenly a known thing. So yeah, it's a good change for sure that people could get back to their lives. But now we are going to have a lot of tournaments, so stay alert and we will do many things. Have you checked the list of Sharjah tournament which is going to happen in um, June? No, May, in the month of May. It is such an amazing tournament. You know, they have a cutoff, only 2600s and above, and we have all our players playing there. Vidit, Prag, Gukesh, Arjun, Nihal, everybody is playing. So that's a classical tournament. It's going to be amazing. So we'll definitely stream that. Okay, Mr. Unknown says King E4 allowed 91 and G pawn was hanging. इसीलिए this seems good. No, how is because if you went King E4, there is no check because the knight is controlling. And if you go knight E1, then there is G3. Yeah. So no, it wasn't hanging, but he anyway played this move. Nikhil asks, is there any way I can know about all the local tournaments in which I can participate? I think, Nikhil, there are some WhatsApp groups which you can join. You could ask some of your friends, and there are some groups where a lot of circulars are being exchanged, so that could be helpful. We also have a Chessbiz India calendar. Maybe you can play one or two tournaments and get in touch with, your, I don't know where you're from, but the local federation over there. Shubh Chandra asks, Amrita ma'am, I'm 1800. Can you tell me how can I reach 1900? Yeah, but what is your weakness, or what do you think is your weakness? Because in general, if you're 1800 anyway, it's let's say how much time you're spending on chess every day. Tactics is something, if you don't know what to do, just solve the positions. Joy says next death match in Delhi. Oh, दिल्ली में कुछ तो होना चाहिए. आई अग्री, कंप्लीटली अग्री. बट यार जो है दिल्ली में बहुत ट्रैफिक रहता है, राइट? मुंबई में भी रहता ही है. सो आई शुड नॉट बी द वन टू से दैट. Soumya Agarwal asks, do you think hanging king? If a player misses check and play other move, then other players can take the king. Should be allowed in chess. Oh, you mean instead of illegal move, it's like you capture the king and the game is over? Do you want to say that? It would be quite a discouragement for the new players, though. Mm, not. I would not like that, but yeah, maybe there might be people who may like that. Okay, wait, guys. There is a move happening for G3. Ding went knight C1. What is he trying to do? Is he going to play knight B3 and challenge this knight so that we enter opposite colored bishop, which is for sure draw, a written draw? Yeah, because taking on B3 would be a disaster. You won't be able to stop this. So knight C1 with that idea, and Nepo goes king E3. Which means for knight b3, first of all, as I just mentioned, you cannot take here because after takes, oh no, actually your king is on e3. It will reach. It will reach on time. But you wouldn't like this pawn to be here. Anyway. So that is a very cool idea, like knight c1, knight b3. Where? Office? For this one. This one. Ah. So if the game gets over, Okay. So after knight c1, king e3, knight b3. So if Nepo doesn't want to exchange the knights, then what does he go? What does he do? Where does this knight go? Cannot go to c6, e6, f5. So he has to go back some passive squares, but knight on c2 doesn't look really good unless it comes to e3. But from there, where? I would rather say knight e2, knight f4 to attack this. But then if the knight goes to e2, then you don't have f5 unless you have the king on e4. Very interesting. Let's try knight e2 here to see if we can get the f5 idea. King can go to e6. f5 you're not getting right now, not even in the dreams. If you go king e4 with the idea of f5, there is the check now. You don't have this, so you have to go back to e3. So f5 seems tough, so the knight to come to f4 seems tough. I think after knight b3 maybe he'll exchange and or the knights will get exchanged and they might agree to a draw. Let's see. Akash says in September Aniruddha contacted me on WhatsApp. Okay. Interesting. Are you from Pune, Akash? Rahul says, can you recommend some books for players of 1100 to 1400 play? Yeah. Definitely Woodpecker Method because it has tactics, and the very nice thing about that book is when the chapters are basically in the name of the world champion. So if you say Magnus Carlsen, then all the tactics are from his games, that kind of a thing. And you in a way are getting the classics knowledge also and improving your tactics also. So Woodpecker Method, definitely if you are a sincere person to open the book and solve the positions, in that case I would recommend you that. Chess Structures is definitely one book I personally love. It is about, certain common openings and pawn structures and what are the plans for white, what are the plans for black. The way it has been explained, it definitely improves your understanding of those structures, and it's very, very impactful, I would say. Joy says, I'll take leave and drive you and Sagar around. No worries. Okay, Joy. So if there is an event in Delhi, you are taking leave. Okay. I will remember this. You cannot now, back off. So this is a deal, definitely. Kinshuk Srivastava asks, hi Amrita, who do you think will win the championship? Oh guys, by the way, I think Sagar would have asked you already, but let me ask you one more time. Who do you think is gonna win the championship? We are just at the first round. I don't know the whole story, as Sagar had mentioned about Ding. Definitely seems like a movie story, and if Ding wins this world championship, then it is, I believe it should be a Hollywood movie because it's just unbelievable kind of a biography it will be. Sachin says I reach 2000 plus rating, but I'm fearing to play further. What are you fearing, Sachin? Is it losing the rating points? Oh, by the way, what the hell? They drew. The game is over. What am I doing? And what are you guys doing? I'm seeing a draw here. So the game is over. Maybe we can see if we can invite Sagar Shah for the final words in case he's here. But after King A3 was the last move, and it seems Nepo offered a draw here because he saw Knight B3 is coming, and there was no way, whatever we saw, it was not even reaching any kind of variations where अगर ये होता है, if this mistake, if this error happens, then white gets a chance, or vice versa. So there was no point in putting your energy here. So yeah, the first game has ended in a draw. In fact, Ding has saved it if we know that he was in trouble in that case, which is a good news. Also, he was black. That is very, very important. So maybe we can say that is a slight advantage for him. Also, the first game, many times what can happen is you can miss something, it can be a blunder, especially Nepo has an experience of playing a world championship. For Ding, it is the first one. But I remember when we were in Tbilisi, and it was the World Cup and it was the qualifier thing, Ding reached the finals. And in the finals, he was playing with Aronian, and it was such an amazing match. So somewhere we can say that obviously he is a very strong player, and for the second round they are all warmed up with this game. So with white, Ding will be playing Nepo, will be very exciting. You have to come guys tomorrow, because the way the things we are learning here, the way Sagar is training, for all those who are seriously trying to improve and asking constantly over here, how can I improve this and how can I improve, this is one of the most amazing trainings you can get if you are able to attend. So do join us tomorrow. But it was amazing that you all were here today, and do spread it more. Do tell your friends to also watch. As far as I know, IPL is also going on. So yeah, a lot of important tournaments flashing. Before we end, I hope I have tried to take as many chat questions. But if I miss something, then tomorrow we have many days and these are going to be long streams. So, yes, definitely. Draw out new word says Nepo can win, but whoever wins, it's win-win for both, for me. Both are love. I mean, that's a very nice perspective. Cool, guys. Okay. And do come to Saturday Club in Phoenix on this Saturday. See you soon and see you tomorrow. Sagar will see you tomorrow. Afternoon 2:30. Bye bye.